Students,
Yes, ma'am.
पूरा क्लियरली सुबह जाउची तो ना कटी कटी आछी वॉइस मोर
Yes, madam.
ना क्लियरली सुबह जाउची एई ना आसिला ना
हाँ,
अच्छा मो एई करना अच्छा ओके मो एई करना रे रहउची सुबह जीवो न सुभिले कहिबे जोठी न सुभिबो कहिबे
okay, ma'am.
ओके तो लेट्स स्टार्ट करिबा सी जीवो गर्ल्स आज बनी रे हेलो
ଏବେ ଶୁଭିଲା ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ?
ଏଇ କଟି କଟି ଆସୁଛି କି ମୋର ଭଏସ
ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ମଝି ମଝିରେ ମିସ୍ କରିଯାଉଛି ଭଏସ୍ ପୁରା।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ଶୁଭୁଛି ନା ମଝି ମଝିରେ ବିଲକୁଲ ଶୁଭୁନି ନା
ନାଇଁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ।
ଡିଡିସି ରେ କ୍ଲାସ ନେଲେ ଏୟା ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ମୋ ଘରେ इंटरनेट पूरा क्रिस्टल क्लियर आसे डीडीसी रे जेतले क्लास नेबी एमिति ही वॉइस ब्रेक हुए पूरा कौन करिवा से ये रु नेले भी सेमति ही पिला माने टिके वेट करो मु देखुची कौन हेई परिबो
ଓକେ ମ୍ୟାମ୍।
नमस्कार ए ना मु किछि शुभुनी तो एमती गरम करी काई रखिसंती बुझु को डाटा ना मो डाटा देखुची बा रत्नटम सुनिबे तो सुबुची ना नहीं हां
ଶୁଭୁଛି ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ।
सुबुची अच्छा पिला माने ना क्लियरली सुबह गला ना मते खाली कहिबे
ହଁ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ ଏବେ ଶୁଭୁଛି।
पूरा क्लियरली सुबह चलो सी yesterday we have discussed what the payment of bonus act 1965 ठीक है in the basically here no in the code on wages dear students wait a moment I will set that सी देखा गला स्लाइड देखा गला पिला माने
Yes,
सर
ma'am.
देखा गला स्लाइड ओके सी द कोड एंड वेजेस 2019 having 9 chapter and 69 section, right? 9 chapter and 69 section. It covered in this 9 chapter and 69 section, not a chapter 69 section, it covered there in the section 3 and 4, the Equal Remuneration Act covered. Okay? Then in the chapter 2, Minimum Wage Act, Minimum Wages Act, though already it was there, the Minimum Wages Act 1948. Now it completely, the things is here. The Minimum Wage Act, it covered section 5 to section 14. Okay? Then in chapter 3, the Payment of Wages Act is there, where the earlier the Payment of Wages Act 1936 was there. Now it is there in this section 15 to section 25, Payment of Wages Act. Right? In the chapter 4, already we have discussed the Payment of Bonus Act. Payment of Bonus Act, it covered section 26 to section 34. Already we have completed. Right? Now it is basically all the Payment of Bonus Act section 26 to section 41. Already we have discussed yesterday. Now, apart from these, the other chapter 5 to Wages Act, and we are there in the Payment of Wages Act. Yes, na students? ठीक ना पिला माने?
मैडम
मैम
पढ़ाइଥିଲା
मझिरे
मैडम
मझिरे आपनक वॉइस कटि जाउची मझिरे मझिरे
स्क्रीन भी
आपनक वॉइस
क्या ହେଇଥିଲା voice भी कट ଯାଇଥିଲା मैडम screen was also not
Voice भी
visible
कट स्क्रीन आउ वॉइस आसुनथला बिल्कुल
ना मैडम
स्क्रीन पॉज हे जाउची आ वॉइस पूरा कटि जाउची
वॉइस तो ही कटिला पूरा पूरा कटिला एचटीवी ला हेलो पिला माने एना सुबह गला कि रे
यस मैम एबे तो सुबह होची मझिरे मझिरे कटि जाउची
yes ma'am
मजरे मजरे कर अच्छा हां जोटी कटुथबो खाली मत के कहिबे आ हैला
ओके आज्ञा
Okay. Okay, chalo. So, what I told you, no? Yesterday we have completed the payment of bonus act. Already we have completed and we are there in the payment of wages act, right? So payment of wages act, it covered in the chapter what? Wait a moment. Chapter 3, payment of wages act, section 15 to section 25, right? We will discuss here. So in this section 15, apart from this, yesterday we have discussed one most important things. What? That is, what do you mean by wage? Wage, what do you mean by wage as per the new wage code, and what it including and what it excluded, right? What it including? Wage means it is the basic. Apart from this, it is DNS allowances, mangai bhatta jota ame kahuche, and apart from this, the other things those are paid by the employers. It is what it relates to. Already I told you yesterday. Apart from these, what it excluded also already we have discussed. So now we will start from the section 15. Important definition already we have completed. Now we will discuss the section 15, mode of payment of wages. See, here, mode of payment of wages said how the organization will provide wages to worker on the basis of what? Now, in case of the organization can provide on the basis of the current coin, currency, or on the basis of check, or the organization can pay to credit the employee's bank account. It means the modern payment of wages based on this formula, this factor, the organization can provide wages to the workers. It may be current coin, currency, check, or credit in bank account. This is the mode of payment of wages. Apart from these, while we will go for the fixation of wage period, the organization can fix the wage on the basis of daily basis, weekly basis, fortnightly basis, or monthly basis. पिला माने सुबह जाउची? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
यस मैम
Okay. हाँ, जोटी न सुबिबे खाली काइंडली मते टिके सेठी कहूथिबे है ना, तो मु जानि परिबी. तो organization can pay wages, fix wages, केमती fix करिबो? ना, it can be fixed based on the daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, a fortnightly basis, or monthly basis, right? Basing on this, the organization should fix the wages. See, here's some important factors is there. If the organization will provide daily basis, suppose apana mo DDC रे job करूची, मते organization कहबो कि मते daily basis रे base set करदेबी, ताले मते केमती दबो? ना in daily basis at the end of the shift, देखो ये लेखा होइची पिला माने, at the end of the shift, fixation of wage period, तो मते कौन करिबो? At the so at the daily basis, at the end of the shift, माने मु प्रतिदिन काम करिबा सरू सरू मते से पैसा देई दबो. Weekly basis, ना after completion of the week, the last working day, the organization have to settle my wages. Weekly basis, last working day means 7 days रो मु 7 दिन काम कली, last दिन मोर wage मते set कर दबो. देखो तेरे लेखा है हैला. If in case of fortnightly basis, fortnightly माने कौन रे पिला माने? What do you mean by fortnightly basis? कौन कुहतु? Students, hello.
Madam, can you please repeat the question, ma'am?
What do you mean by सुनो? कौन कहला organization? Organization can fix basic wage, daily basis, weekly basis, fortnightly basis, monthly basis. हैला? Weekly basis, daily basis, end of the day रे provide कर देबो wage. Weekly basis, end of the week रे provide कर देबो wage. Fortnightly basis provide करियो. Fortnightly means कौन? Wage provide
15
करियो.
days, ma'am. 15 days.
हाँ, हैला? Once in a 15 days. Suppose the organization pay wages once in a 15 days. So before end of the second day, ता माने 15 दिन हेई साला परे 15 days सरी गला, तार second day 15 days रो जो ता second day आसीबो हैला, सेही दिन से तार wage settle कर दो. ता माने नहीं कि wage ता 15 दिन रो आर मास रे तमे provide करिवो. No. So you have to set wages within the 15 days means then the second day after the end of the fortnight जो दिन सरीबो ता second day रे तमे वे सेटल करिबा को बाध्य हैला monthly basis जदि प्रोवाइड करूचो before expiry of the 7th day of the succeeding months. It means what? Suppose if the organization fixing wages monthly basis ए मास धरंतु मोर कोन हैला ना एना मे मास चलची तो एप्रिल मासर वेज टा कोन करिवो मे मासर 7 तारिख भीतर से प्रोवाइड कर दो बुझिला monthly basis wages before the expiry of the 7th day of the succeeding years means so after succeeding months means the example हैला कि एप्रिल मासर सैलरी टा आपण मे मासर 7 तारिख भीतर सेटल करबा पई बाध्य हैला जदि आपण सेटल न करिवे ताले एठी बहुत सारा अछि हां जेमती कि आपणकर चैप्टर 6 टू स्टार्ट हो जाई पेनाल्टीज प्रोसीड्यूर हां देमती इम्प्रिजमेंट बहुत सारा रूल्स रेगुलेशन गाइडलाइन अछि से अनुसार हम स्टेप नै पार हैला सेठी कि हम पढी हैला तापर हैला सपोज when the employee removed or dismissed of the service from the service right so if the employee removed dismissed retrenched whatever may be the case the organization should settle his or her wages within 2 working days माने धरो तुमको आज organization closure कर देला organization want to close down his business now organization should settle its wages within 2 working days ता माने जदी जो दिन क्लोज कला तार दुईटा वर्किंग डे भितरे से वेज को सेटल कर दबो लोक मान को भितरे within 2 working days लेखा अछि देखंतु the wage payable him shall be within 2 working days of his removal, dismissal, retrenchment, or any case of maybe or resignation. Or resignation they ki poluchi. Hello. So within 2 working days, the organization have to settle the wages. Buchi gale pila mane? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Deduction which may be made from wages. See, here we will discuss some important deduction. Those the glory of this chapter, glory of this the Payment of Wages Act. So here the Payment of Wages Act is basically is there to manage the unauthorized deduction and to manage the unauthorized deduction, and the organization should basically maintain the authorized deduction. Now, what do you mean by authorized deduction and how much the organization will deduct and in which area, that will discuss here. Eita hi hoche chapter ra highlight. Hela? So deduction which may made from wages. Kona deduction kariba organization employer wage ro jota ki legal, jota ki illegal bilkul bhi nuha. Hela? So chalantu. So deduction the employer can deduct. Kon deduct kariba for the purpose of the section payment by an employee agent. See, the organization can deduct. देखो, कौन deduct करिबा? The deduction of fine imposed to him. Organization is liable to deduct the fine. Now, madam, fine कौन और deduction कौन? दुईटा होची important factor एटी पिला माने. एना आगे चेके मु कहबी. Deduction and fine. पिला माने deduction कौन fine कौन मत टी बुझेइलो. What do you mean by deduction and what do you mean by fine? कहले रे पिला माने जल्दी कहबो क्विकली कहबो ए जो हमें डिडक्शन और फाइन कहूचे फाइन कोन डिडक्शन कोन स्टूडेंट्स जल्दी कहबो कोन के किछि कहलन रे पिला माने
मैडम
हेलो
डिफरेंस टा जाननो मैडम आप एक्सप्लेन कर दियंतु प्लीज
अच्छा अच्छा सुनो
मैडम फाइन माने any charges for any misconduct or deduction माने due to leave मतलब unpaid leave or एमती तापे deduction
अच्छा 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 ओके सुनो तो fine and deduction are two different things definitely dita word mane dita different things thibo hela see here suppose the employee will damage some valuable property of the organization. Employee will damage some valuable property of the organization. Then the employer will recover that amount, that loss from the wage of employees. For example, ମୁଁ organization ର କଣ କଲି computer ଟା ଭାଙ୍ଗିଦେଲି କି laptop ଟା ଭାଙ୍ଗିଦେଲି. It may be knowingly or it may be unknowingly. ମୋତେ ସେଠି ଜଣା ପଡେ ନା knowing unknowing ସେ ତ ଜଣା ଯିବନି ନା. It may be knowingly or it may be unknowingly. Me as a person, I will damage some property or I will lose some property, valuable property of the organization. Now, the employer will recover that loss, that loss from the wage of mine. While the organization will provide to wage to me, then the employer will deduct that amount from my wages. केते deduct करिवो? Suppose employer जेतले कंप्यूटर टा किनिथिला ता प्राइस थिला 50000 टंका. ता माने कोन employer मोर 50000 टंका deduct कर दबो? करि परिवनी. से कोन करिवो? ना the current value of that property. 50000 टंका रे किनिथिला, but currently से property रा value केते अछि? Currently से property रा value अछि suppose 20000. So employer can deduct that amount. That amount केमिति deduct करिवो that I will tell you. Deduction रे मैना कहिबी rules regulations सब. हला. So that amount, the employer will deduct that amount from my wages. How the employer will deduct that amount from my wages? That I will tell you the rules, regulation, guideline. एमिति नै कि मु पाउची 10000 आ से भाई प्रॉपर्टी रे वैल्यू ला 20000 मोर 20000 काटी दबो मास ए मास रे 10000 आर मास 10000 ना ना काटी परियोन ताला how I can sustain, how I can maintain my life, right? So the employer cannot do this. The employer can do only how much deduction will be there, that I will tell you. But that amount the employer can deduct from my wages, that is the deduction, right? The value of the property, while the employer will deduct as what I already lost from the organization, that is deduction. But what do you mean by fine? Fine kona? Now fine is that while the amount basically what this additional amount, suppose the after the deduction, though already I made some mistake and that mistake I should not be do in the future, for that the organization will collect some additional amount. That additional amount it can be, we can call as a fine. जेमिति कि तमे कोन कले धरो तमे रास्ता रे जाउचो तमे हेलमेट पिंधिनो सेटु कोन हबो तुमको ट्रैफिक धरी कोन कला तुमको फाइन पकेला तमरो डिडक्शन को लागि किछि ना सेटु कोन कला फाइन पकेला काई के फाइन पकेला बिकॉज़ यू मेड सम मिस्टेक दैट्स व्हाई तुमको फाइन पड़ला तमे सीट बेल्ट पिंधिबोनी रॉन्ग रूट रे जीवो तमे तीन जण को बसै की जीवो ए जो सब ओवरऑल हैला आपन तुम कोन पकाला फाइन पकाला व्हाई फाइन जज बिकॉज़ यू मेड सम मिस्टेक and in the fine you will give the fine to that particular place, then you should not do that mistakes once again. Hello? So actual amount while the employer will collect, that is deduction. If more than that the employer doing some collecting something, that is fine. Hello? तो फाइन डिडक्शन आमे ठी कोन केते नबो मन इच्छा कोन फाइन नै छिबो मन इच्छा कोन डिडक्शन कर देबो नो the deduction, how much deduction, how much fine the employer will collect, that I will, the guideline I will tell you later. ठीक है? But fine must be deduction for fine. Fast मन रखिबो हैला मु गाइडलाइन एटा आगे जाय की कहिबी ऑप्शन कहूची सेकंड पॉइंट कहूची डिडक्शन फॉर absence from duty कोन see in an organization suppose a group of employee, group means it is somehow more than 8%, 8 to 10%, right? A group of employee, they will not knowingly or it may be intentionally, whatever maybe the things is there, they will not come to the organization without any notice. Group of employee, they will not come to the organization. And the information and notice also not served by the workers and the employee to that particular organization. So in that particular case, organization can treat as absence from duty. And in this case, the organization can deduct up to 8 days, no? 8 दिन पर्यंत सेमानकर वेज को डिडक्ट करि परिबो. And apart from this, some person it is there in the organization and the person is doing nothing. माने organization रे अछि physically but mo काम करूनी हला सेटा को मध्य in that case also the organization will treat as a absence from duty. You are physically present but though you are doing nothing, so it can treated be as a you are absent from duty. In that case also organization can will not pay your wages, organization will deduct your wages. हला जदि तमे ग्रुप रे पूरा रहि जिवो, ग्रुप ऑफ पर्सन विदाउट एनी नोटिस सेटा को एब्सेंस फ्रॉम ड्यूटी वाली ट्रीट करा जिवो. फिजिकली प्रेजेंट अच्छो किंतु काम करूनो हैला तो सेटा को मध्य एब्सेंट फ्रॉम ड्यूटी बोली कुआ जिवो. सो इन दिस को केस रे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तमो वेज को डिडक्ट करि पाइ हैला. डिडक्शन फॉर डैमेज और लॉस ऑफ गुड्स बुझिला. सी पॉइंट कोन को सी डिडक्शन फॉर डैमेज और लॉस ऑफ गुड्स. देखो मु एटी कोन कहली डिडक्शन फॉर डैमेज और लॉस ऑफ गुड्स. Suppose the organ you will deduct means what damage some valuable property of the organization, then the organization will deduct your amount. How much amount the organization will deduct? Kete organization tamo wage ro deduct karibo. See in this case the organization will deduct how much? Now the actual amount of your in the current situation, how much price of the property, and basing on these you have to pay that property, you know, whatever may be the price. But while you will pay that amount, the amount you cannot give in an installment basis. तमे ताको installment basis रे कहबो कि मु 5 टंका 10 टंका करी कि मु सुझिबी सर सेटा हेई परिबो नाही. So what you will do, you have to pay that amount केते परसेंट ना maximum permissible deduction in 50% of your wages. तमरो प्रत्येक मासर वेज रु 50% डिडक्शन करा जिवो हैला. इफ इट इज ए what cooperative society kind of organization, then your wage must be deducted 75%. धर तमे 100 टंका पाउछ ताले तमर 75% केते 75 टंका कटा हबो प्रति मासरे हैला. किंतु जदि apart from the cooperative society organization, if it is a other organization, then the wage must be deducted 50% of your wages. ता माने 50 टंका 100 टंका रु 50 टंका तमरो प्रति मासरे कटा हबो. So rest amount, the rest आउ जहां तमरो बाकी रहिला, that amount the balance amount can be recovered for the subsequent month. ता माने आउ जहां तमरो रहिला next month रे तमरो सेमते कटि का जिवो हैला. For this, the organization will collect entire your amount. Basing on this, the organization basically manage the loss, the valuable property of the organization. Deduction for house accommodation supplied by the employer or appropriate government. हैला जदि किछि तमको organization provide करछि house accommodation facility, supply of light, supply of water, supply of any kind of other facility. So here at the month of paying wages, the organization can deduct from your wages. जहाँ तार amount होची धर उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी समस्त को घर देछि हैला. तो house accommodation facility देला. Apart from this housing facility plus accommodation is also there. So basic on this प्रति wage provide करिवो, salary provide करिवो, सेडी कोन करिवो. So deduction D factor कोछि. E factor कोन कोछि? Deduction for such amenities or service supplied by the employer as the appropriate government said by the appropriate government. हैला जदि appropriate government सेमति किछि guideline करिछि and the organization is providing any kind of service and amenities to the employee, वर्कर्स को किछि सेमति स्पेशल सर्विस देछि. स्पेशल धर तुमको कोन करछि ना गोटे स्पेशल गोटे पियोन देछि हैला कि तमरो स्पेशल गोटे व्हीकल प्रोवाइड करछि किछि अमेनिटी सर्विस रिलेटेड तुमको दोछि. इट मे बी जनरल or it may be special order of the organization, right? So in this case also at the month of the salary and wages the organization can be deducted and it is basically completely legal and it is completely ethical. Deduction for recovery of advance hela ei dekho F factor कहला advance कौन deduction केमती करिवो already I told you जदि if the organization you take some advance from the organization तमे कौन करछो ना organization रो किछिटा advance नेइछो. So in case of the employer taking some advance from the organization, so in that particular case also जो advance तमे नेलो से advance मध्ये से प्रति month रे as per the guideline, as per the appropriate central government guideline, the organization can deduct from your wages. हला deduction for advance, deduction for loans. Suppose तमे किछि loan नेइछो organization रो with basically what as per the guideline by the appropriate government or as per the guideline by the central government, no, you have received some loan from the organization, then you have to repay that amount and the organization will deduct when the organization will pay to you wage. Deduction for recovery of advance, deduction for recovery of loans. Deduction from for income tax. Na deduction for income tax kona every month income tax, professional tax, another professional tax close ହେଇଗଲା ଆଉ professional tax କଟିବନି deduct ହବନି but income tax deduct ହବ. So here the as per the central government guidelines it पूरा लेखा जायछि central government guideline पिला मन देखुथबो section point number H कहउछि कि deduction of income tax if it is a statutory and it is as per the central and state government guideline, whatever may be the required deduction will be there, the organization will deduct and it is authorized. प्रति मंथ रे तुम सैलरी डिडक्ट करिवो कि इयरली प्रति वर्ष एंड डिडक्ट करिवो कि प्रति मंथ रे डिडक्ट करिवो as per the provision of the central state government guideline, the organization can deduct from your wages and it is authorized. ठीक है. Deduction for subscription and for repayment of advance from the social security. See, if for the organization is paying some kind of health insurance, some kind of provident fund or social security amara kon asila, any kind of ESI, employee state insurance, any kind of provident fund or pension or health insurance or any kind of medical insurance, if any kind of such kind of insurance related to secure social security, if the organization is means providing such facility, social security facility to the workers, then the organization will deduct from your wages from the end of the month and it is contributory. That act we will discuss later, right? Deduction for payment of cooperative society, what already I told you, if the employees belongs to the cooperative society, the deduction must be 75% from your wages, and if it is other organization, the deduction must be 50% from your wages. हैला मु ऑलरेडी एटा तुमको कहि सारिछि. डिडक्शन मेड जदि आउ किछि नो डिडक्शन मेड सेक्शन के कहूछि सॉरी पॉइंट नंबर के डिडक्शन मेड with written authorization of the employee, payment of fees or other contribution, then it must be towards the trade union membership. Parantu those workers participate in the trade union, so the workers they have to deposit some subscription amount towards the trade union. As per the trade union Act 1926 guideline was there and current guideline is also there, right? So the subscription amount, while the employer will provide wages, that amount the employer can deduct from the worker's wage. That is also legal. तमे कहबो कि मोर काहेकि amount काटिलो that तमरो trade union पई सेटा provide कराजिबो. हैला. So apart from these, the deduction made from the any kind of deduction, it may be recovery of any kind of railway administration related बहुत सारा factor देछि से सब भी deduct हेई परिबो किछि ये and apart from these से पिला माने देखो ए सब तो सरिला तमर deduction of fine. देखो एठी असला deduction of fine मैडम केते deduct हबो देखो पिला माने तमर धर मु गुटे लॉस कर देली मोर तो जो and प्रति मंथ रे मोर 50% लेखा मोर वेज रु काटिबो. It must not be what आमे कहि पाइ कि मु ताकू installment रे देई पारि installment basis रे provide करिबी. I can give in installment basis. Deduction can be done in installment basis. हैला 50% देबी केते मास रे दबो सेटा सब गाइडलाइन गल. किंतु जदी मते फाइन पकेला केते परसेंट फाइन पकेबो पिला माने ए देखिबो. The appropriate government said no fine should be imposed to a person. The person is less than 15 years of age. जदि से जहाँ को फाइन तमे इम्पोज करूच से जदि 15 वर्ष तल को अच्छी है एम्प्लॉय इज देयर इन लेस देन 15 years of age, then you cannot impose the fine to the that particular person. And the fine, you can collect fine. It is basically what? Now, up to, it is not more than 3% of your wages. Suppose tomorrow wage kete, tomo wage hala 20,000. Hala, tomo wage ro, jaha wage hala, tomorrow year no, tome kete bhangi cho loss karcho se property ro no, tomorrow wage ro 3% se deduct karibo. The total amount of fine which may be imposed in any wage period of the employee not exceed an amount equal to 3% of the wage payable to him respect of the wage period. है 4 number point को देखिबो 3% that you cannot collect the wage that fine तमे collect करि परिबो नाही हैला तो एई सब क्षेत्र रे and एई जो particular आईडी कोन हैला ना fine should be recovered within 90 days. 90 दिन भितर तमे फाइन टाको डिपॉजिट कर दबो काको एम्प्लॉयर को. You have to deposit the fine within 90 days. 90 days रे तमे एम्प्लॉयर को पेमेंट कर दबो. And expiry of the 90 days 6 number point देखिबो no fine imposed any employee shall be, you have to pay fine within one time, means one time you have to give your deposit your fine, and after the expiry of 90 days from the date which was imposed, means you have to deposit your fine one time and within 90 days 90 दिन भितर तुम तुम फाइन को डिपॉजिट करिबा and not more than 3% of your wages. तुम 3% तुम wage रो अधिक होबाको हबनी. And if the employee is less than 15 years of age, then fine cannot be imposed to that particular person. So this is basically all about your, and that fine, those fine will collected by the employer. That employer will not hold that fine, means the fine is not for the employer, the organizational development purpose. The employer will collect the fine, and the fine, it must be sent for the welfare purpose of the organization. It organization welfare purpose means worker welfare fund re seta rakha jibo. And in this, how much fine collected by the organization, the organization have to maintain the register. Entire register organization tape maintain karibo. Kete fine कोठु collect hela kon hela kete koda karagala e sabba ko fine collect. Mu kon kahili fine deduction both are the separate things. You can give your deduction. आमे कौन कहले deduction for आमे कहले कि deduction you can give the organization can deduct from your wages in installment basis. So fine cannot be no collect by the organization in installment basis. So this is the guideline for fine. This is the guideline for deduction. पिला माने बुझिलो कि yes or no? ना किछि doubt अछि? Have you any doubt? ना मझे किछि break हैला मो voice रा? Students.
Clear madam.
पूरा clear ना? सुबह दे पूरा सुबह गेला ना किछि voice break हैनी ना?
ना madam.
अच्छा पूरा अच्छा एतिके मन रखिबे. तापर चलंतु section 20 कोन कहूची deduction for absence from duty. Already I told you earlier. मु ऊपर कहि कि पळे आसले सब आगटी कवर हबो. Absence from duty, suppose me is present in the organization but I am not doing anything of anything, no, I'm sitting idle or gossiping. So in that case, organization can deduct my amount and it will treated as a absence from duty. Or also the group of person knowing intentionally or they will not serve notice to the organization and they will take leave. No, they will not come to the organization. So here up to 8 days the organization can deduct his wages. Hello. Tapre kon asla deduction for damage or loss. Already I told you, if you will lose the valuable property of the organization, then the organization will deduct your amount. Hello, is providing you, already I told you, section 22 guideline of the central government as per the guideline of the state government. You take some advance. धर तमे पूजा बळु को किछ advance नेलो कोन ना तमे पूजा बळु को advance नेलो केते 10,000 टका सर हमको advance देई थांतो. हैला दुर्गा पूजा रे मु मोर शॉपिंग करिवि ता माने से तमरो डिडक्ट करिवो प्रति मंथ रे हैला डिडक्शन मस्ट बी देयर केते डिडक्ट करिवो ऑलरेडी आई टोल्ड यू एंड इट इज आल्सो वेरी फ्रॉम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कहबो नाही मु टिके मो एम्प्लॉय प्रति लिबरल हेबी मु टिके कम डिडक्ट करि परिबो but deduction must be there and it is the what authorized deduction for recovery of loans already I told you if you will take some loan from the organization will deduct from your wages and the chapter to apply to government establishment hela chapter not to government establishment manako pai apply hobo nahi ta mane kahi ki madam government establishment apply heavily, but if the for there in that particular area, it and the government will apply in that particular establishment. Right? So this is what the section 25. Dear students,
section 25
this is all about
hello
your Payment of Wages Act.
मैडम सेक्शन 25 टा आपण एक्सप्लेन कला से कटि वाला वॉइस टा
कोंतु chapter to apply to government establishment. That provision of this chapter shall not apply to the government establishment unless the appropriate government by notification applies such provision to the government establishment specified in this said notification. It means this Payment of Wages Act, it may not be applicable for the government organization if the chapter Payment of Wages Act is applied by the government organization, then the only notification the government will provide to that particular establishment and this chapter it may be applicable. बुझिले बुझिले ना नहीं ना भी सुबह गलानी हेलो
यस मैम हेलो
एना सुबह गलाना जहा कहली एक्सप्लेन जो
yes,
कहली
ma'am.
हेलो हां हैला so if the organization will provide no apply then it's basically based on the notification the organization will apply it and organization तक apply करिवो notification देकी हैला this is all about your कौन Payment of Wages Act 19 Payment of Wages Act as per the new wage code पिला में Payment of Wages Act कौन as per the new wage code clear next इबा students
yes ma'am
next भी ओके हैला एडा मन रखिबे एई सेक्शन अनुसार मन रखिबे बहुत ही भलो हैला मु पूरा आपनकर गैजेट नोटिफिकेशन रो सेति पई पढै दउ मिनिमम वेजेस एक्ट ठीक है मिनिमम वेजेस एक्ट सी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन adopted minimum wages act at the year of 1948 हैला 1948 मसिया रे मिनिमम वेजेस एक्ट अडॉप्ट करा जायतिला but now it replaced in the new wage code and based on the new wage code the minimum wage act it covered section 5 to section देखो 14 section 5 to section 14 5 ରୁ 14 ଭିତରେ ଆମର minimum wage act ରହିବ ହେଲା ତ minimum wage act section 5 said କଣ କହୁଛି ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ wage means already we have discussed what do you mean by wage wage means it is the all remuneration it expressed in the जोटा कि हमें ऊपर that is applicable for the minimum wage that is applicable for the payment of wage that is applicable for the equal remuneration act so wage means it is all remuneration it expressed the way of salary allowance otherwise right से salary आकारे हो allowance आकारे हो otherwise आकारे हो से जहां होचो से अनुसार हमें ऑलरेडी पढ़ी के आसले that definition it is applicable for the payment of wages act minimum wages act and equal remuneration ठीक है already one definition for 3 act ठीक है now payment of minimum rate of wages payment of minimum rate of wages means what no employer shall pay any employee wage less than the minimum rate of wages notified by the appropriate government it means the appropriate government already fixed some wages for the country no for the whole country based on this the organization have to provide wages. Means the minimum wage as the fix करिची organization सही wage रो तळु को देई परिबो नाही. Organization have to provide not less than that. पिलामानी minimum wage fixation करिची organization ता तळु को जाई परिबो नाही. Organization it may be provide more than that. आपण कहिबे मैम जहाँ गवर्नमेंट नोटिफाई करिची मो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का तालु मते बहुत अधिक दोची. See, it is the loyaltyness, it is the greatness of the trusty worker. But organization cannot provide less than that wages. Those wages fixed by the appropriate government. ठीक है? That is the section 5 said पिला माने. Section 6 fix of minimum wage. हाइकुतबो आ जोटी न बुझियो पचारिबो हैला केमिति wage fix करिबो. The organization can fix wage on the basis of time work system, on the basis of piece work system. Time work system रे fixation करि परिबो, piece work system रे fixation करि परिबो. Apart from this, कोन time work on piece work also can fix by the hourly basis, daily basis, monthly basis. Already I told you. तीनटा where से fix करि परिबो, hourly basis रे, daily basis रे, monthly basis रे. Thereafter, the organization also can fix the amount. Point number A को देखिबो, also can fix the amount on the basis of the category, different category of workers based on the unskilled, skilled, semi-skilled and highly skilled or geographical area or both. पिला माने एठी मने रखिबो. कोन कहली पिला माने एठी? See, the organization can fix the wages first time rate system or piece rate system. Time rate kono? See, I will spend for the organization 8 days. As per the appropriate government guideline, one person have to spend in an organization not less than 8 days, but not less than 8 hours per day, right? 8 घंटा रो कम काम करि परिबो नाही. तो मु जे 8 घंटा काम करछि for the time work said, I'm spending 8 hours for the organization. For that, my wages you have to provide this much of wages. Kete wage government fix करछि? Government fix करछि 18000 टंका. ता माने तमे मते 18000 टंका मासको दबो. हैला for piece work system कोन पिला माने piece work हला धर मु काम करछि धूपकाठी कंपनी हैला गोटे धूपकाठी काम मु जदी बनैबी ताहाले मते तमे देबो गोटे टंका. ताहाले जदी मु 300 धूपकाठी बनौछि दिनको ताहाले त मते केते देबो 300 टंका देबो for the piece work system. हैला time work system and piece work system. Then by the hourly basis, daily basis and monthly basis, you can fix my wages hourly basis. Already I told you माने प्रति घंटा रे तमे फिक्स करके पर डे घंटा वाइज दे परिबो, आवर वाइज दे परिबो, डे वाइज दे परिबो, मंथ वाइज दे परिबो. As well as you can also fix my wages what na skilled, unskilled, semi-skilled, high skilled as well as in geographical area or both. See, there are 4 category of workers: unskilled worker, semi-skilled worker, skilled worker, and right. Now, unskilled worker, for that, as per the government guideline, right? As per the government guideline, unskilled worker per day, how much the unskilled worker must be received? Na wages, kete gote unskilled worker receive karibo, है ना? Kete gote skilled worker पाई दरकार, semi skilled ए सबु already government fix करिछि पिला माने. For skilled, this 4 category of workers, no,
मैडम लास्ट ईयर वॉइस में
lost. अच्छा एना सभा गला
हाँ एनएस हो गला.
अच्छा
या एक्सप्लेन करथिले जस्ट पूर्वरु सुनि पारलुनी.
अच्छा पाठ पढेला रे. हां वेट अ मोमेंट देखो एठी से कहूची कि पढे गला गोटे सेकंड सेठी के जाउची पिला माने. हां
organization can fix your wages. Organization can fix your wage, can pay your wages. सेटा कौन कहिला देखंतु skilled. There are 4 category of workers: skilled, unskilled, semi skilled, high skilled. हैला तो मैंने मेडा को केमिति हेले चारि प्रकार मत एग्जांपल रे कोन देखंतु गोटे घरे छात पकोछि हैला गोटे वर्कर खाली ये बोही के आणुछि कोन ए जो चिप्स वगैरह खाली बोहुछि हैला सी को कैटेगरी गला सी हला पूरा अनस्किल्ड वर्कर हैला सेमी स्किल्ड वर्कर किए सेमी स्किल्ड वर्कर हैला जो माने सब वगैरह सेंटरिंग वगैरह करिवे हैला सेंटरिंग वगैरह करिवे ये करिवे सब सी हला सेमी स्किल्ड वर्कर स्किल्ड वर्कर किए जे हला मिस्त्री जे घर बनेइबो सी हला स्किल्ड वर्कर केतरा 6 सार छोड़ा उन्हें भी कहले अच्छा गले सर ने ना हाँ 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 सार जिते ऑन करिए मते कहि दे मुझे जानि परिबेनी ऑन करिवे तो मु केते टाइम पढेबे हां हैला तो पिला माने तो एठी कोन हैला धर हां से सी हैला कि स्किल्ड वर्कर हैला राजमिस्त्री जे पूरा माने सब को कंट्रोल करथु जे माने मिस्त्री भी ता अंडर रे थिबो ये हेले 4 प्रकार कैटेगरी तो राजमिस्त्री धर पाइला 6 टंका मिस्त्री पाइला 5 टंका ये पाइला 400 टंका ये पाइला 300 मैं एग्जांपल दउची फिक्स अछि पिला माने ऑलरेडी प्रति स्टेट रे से कौन कहला देखो तो दीडा कैटेगरी कहला इट मे बी there are 4 category of worker: unskilled, skilled, semi skilled, high skilled, or geographical area or both. हमें geographical area wise देखिबा धर गोटे लोक पूरा इंटीरियर रु आछि इंटीरियर एरिया रे तार कोन वेज रहइबो गोटे लोक पूरा टाउन रे अछि तार कोन वेज रहइबो सो इंटीरियर रे geographical area wise जिबा प्लस ये स्किल्ड अनस्किल्ड वाइज देखिबा कि बोथ वाइज देखिबा एटा पूरा फिक्स करछि गवर्नमेंट बेसिंग ऑन द गवर्नमेंट नॉर्म एंड गाइडलाइन यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड द वेजेस बुझिलो कि पिला माने ई पॉइंट टाको फिक्सेशन
Yes,
ऑफ
ma'am.
मिनिमम वेज
Yes, yes, ma'am.
भलसे मन रखिबे अच्छा तापर चलंतु components of minimum wages the components of minimum wages कोन सी the components of minimum wages any minimum rate of wages fixed or revised by the appropriate government जदि हमरो appropriate government minimum wage को हैला जोटा कि हमरो रिवाइज फिक्स करिबो आ रिवाइज करिबो जोटा कि बेसिक रेट ऑफ वेजेस एंड अलाउंसेस एट द रेट ऑफ एडजस्ट ऑफ सच जोटा कि इंटरवल रेट एटी बहुत सारा जिंस देछि म आपन को बहुत सिंपल रे कहूची सुनंतु एठी हैला कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ वेज कहूची कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमें जतले गुटे वेज पाउची से देखिबे गुटे बेसिक रेट थाउची हैला आ गुटे हमर डीए थाउची आ गुटे अलाउंस थाउची हम ऊपर पढी के असले वेज रो डेफिनेशन रे basic DA and allowance are there. So here while the organization will fix the basic DA प्रति वर्ष प्राय 2 वर्ष रे थरे चेंज होउची कारण महंगाई भत्ता बढ़िबो सेतले DA टा हमर चेंज हबो से अनुसार हमर कोन होउची ना government कि if the organization components of minimum wage if the organization while the organization change the wage organization enhance the wage basic DA and allowance the organization have to go for the cost of living allowance cost of living index number it means as per the cost of living of the society the day by day kete cost of living बढ़ुची ना as per the market scenario as per the market standard na cost of living is high so basing on this you have to fix your wages wage को से अनुसार आपण fix करिवे provide करिवे जते बेले provide करिवे you have to go for the no cost of living index number कोन करिवे ना का wage you have to revised से कहिला 8 ये रे कहूची सेक्शन 8 रे कि you have to revise the wage not less than 5, not more than 5 years. ता माने गवर्नमेंट प्रति 5 वर्ष रे within 5 years गवर्नमेंट कौन करिबो 5 वर्ष रे सीए बेस्ड को रिवाइज करिबो within 5 years. Within 5 years the government have to revised. आपण प्रति वर्ष करि परंतु 2 वर्ष रे करंतु 3 वर्ष रे करंतु जहा करंतु करंतु but it should not exceed more than 5 years. 5 वर्ष रु अधिक होबा को हबनी. You have to revise the wages based on the cost of living index number. Cost of living index. It means as per the cost of living. जते cost of living बढ़ुची से अनुसारे आपण basic change करिवे, DA change करिवे and you have to change your allowance also. केमिति करिवे? Procedure for fixing and revising minimum wages. What are the procedure the government will adopt so that the government will fix and revise the minimum wage? Dear students, here we can analyze, we can discuss two things. In fixation of minimum rate of wages, the government will revise or fix the minimum wage based on the committee method or based on the notification method. Wage कोन एंदी मन इच्छा फिक्स हे जिवो, डीए कोन मन इच्छा फिक्स हे जिवो, अलाउंस कोन मन इच्छा फिक्स हे जिवो नाही. केमिति मैडम फिक्स हबो? It may be skilled or it may be semi skilled, high skilled, unskilled, daily, hourly, weekly, piece rate, time rate जहां हमें पढ़ी करी आसिले केमिति मैडम फिक्स हबो? It will be fixed. केमिति हबो पिला माने? Based on two method. दुईटा मेथड हम एठी अडॉप्ट करले, आमे करनी appropriate government अडॉप्ट कला. कोन ना गोटे हला कमिटी मेथड आ गोटे हला नोटिफिकेशन मेथड. कमिटी मेथड कोन नोटिफिकेशन मेथड आ भीतर अधिक मुंड पुरेबन. कमिटी मेथड एंड नोटिफिकेशन मेथड. कमिटी मेथड कोन करिबो ना कमिटी मेथड बाय द appropriate government के रहिबो कमिटी रे ना द रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ द एम्प्लॉयर्स, representative of the employees. The equal number of representative of employees should be there in that committee. तामाने जो representative must be there in that committee. Equal number of representative रे के रहले रे ना behalf of the employer, behalf of the employer. ताछड़ा के रहबे 3 point कोन कहूची independent person not exceeding 1/3 of the equal number of the committee. तामाने हैला धर 30 जन हैला हमर रहिले 10 जन रहिबे एम्प्लॉयर 10 हां 30 जन रो 10 जन रहि जिबे हमर किए जे कि हमर इंडिपेंडेंट पर्सन जेटा कि रिप्रेजेंटेटिव सब रहिबे स्टेट रो गवर्नमेंट रो सब रहि गले हैला 10 जन 20 जन रहिले 10 जन रहिबे बिहाफ ऑफ द एम्प्लॉयर 10 जन रहिबे बिहाफ ऑफ द एम्प्लॉय. One committee will formed by the appropriate government and based on the committee हैला ए जो कमिटी टा फॉर्मेशन हबो नाउ एटा पूरा हायरार्किकल पोजीशन रे फॉर्मेशन हबो. मु एटी कहि दोछि पिला माने हायरार्किकल पोजीशन रे कोन फॉर्मेशन हबो ना दिस कमिटी इन द इट इज अ मेथड वेयर the it will go for the the different area category of people will be there in the committee, employer, employee and government, and it will go for the grassroots level. माने जदि मोदी बसिकरी हमर नै जिबे डिसिजन जे केते मिनिमम ना एटा पूरा पंचायत लेवल पर्यंत जिवो लोक मानकर कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग, स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग ना कॉस्ट ऑफ द लिविंग ऑफ द व्हाट मार्केट, व्हाट इज द प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन कंडीशन एवरीथिंग नो हायरार्किकल पोजीशन ना. The village level sarpanch will report to the ye kon amaro next level to state level to center. In a hierarchical position member will be there, and basing on this the hierarchical position member will be there in the committee, and they will collect the report, and basing on this they will fix the minimum wage. Hela eମିତି नाही सेंटर बसिबो तार डिसिजन हेबो no स्टेट को पचारिबो स्टेट तार ये को पचारिबो डिस्ट्रिक्ट को पचारिबो डिस्ट्रिक्ट तार विलेज को पचारिबो एमिति करी कि हायरार्किकल पोजीशन रे पूरा जाई कि से फिक्स अप करबा डिसिजन मध्ये हेबे. दैट इज द व्हाट दैट इज द कमिटी मेथड. देन ये जदि जिबा हमें कोन कहिले नोटिफिकेशन मेथड रे ना नोटिफिकेशन मेथड मींस गवर्नमेंट कोन करिवो एठी नोटिफिकेशन इन द ऑफिशियल गैजेट. Government kon karibo government will give some notification in the official gazette, and for the common public pai boli notification pole asibo na the common public will give their feedback, their view in that based on the notification, and government will analysis for these many time. No, government will give to the public some time. Then government will receive the entire view. Then government will analysis. Again, the government will go for the discuss with the other people. So एटा एमिति करी करी कोन हबो notification है कि ये है कि से गोटे decision निया जीवो. So there are two methods. One is a committee method, second is a notification method, and the notification will be there in the official gazette. See, committee method, it is a little bit faster method, dear students. Notification method, it is a little bit slow method. Kain ki slow hela madam eti? Karana apai boli bahut sara time, rules, regulation rahibo. Government दबो notice, लोक माने तार feedback देबे, ताको government analysis करिवो. एई पे 4 मास 5 मास एमती पूरा गोटे तार अछि slot time अछि, से अनुसार से माने जिबे. से अनुसार कोन हबो बेस फिक्सेशन बेस टाको कवर करा हबो. हैला तापर असला power of the central government to fix floor wage. पिला माने power कोन कहूची central government fix करिवो floor wage को. Power of the central government to fix floor wage. What do you mean by this? See, suppose eta कहूची कि it provided that different floor wage may be fixed for different geographical area. Eta ध्यान रे सुनेबो. धर different geographical area for Odisha state government will fix some wage towards the worker. Now what will happen? The Maharashtra state government will fix some wages for the Maharashtrian for their state, right? So different state will fix different wages for the workers. Okay? So the government काम कहिला to as a state to jette wage fix करचु करे, तो जहाँ wage fix करचु करे, but you should not fix wages less than the minimum wage that fixed by the central government. ता माने central government जो wage टा fix करिची तार तळुकु तू जाई परिबु नाही. तू तो floor wise wage fix करे, you can give more than that is highly adaptable and acceptable, but you cannot go for the less than that. Those fixed by the already central government. That is the floor wage system. Power of central government to fix floor wage. से अनुसारे से कहिला floor wage को fix करा जीवो. After section 10 कहूची wage of employee work for less than normal working day. सुनो normal working day केते? Normal working day हला per day हला 8 घंटा. हला मु काम कली केते घंटा काम कली ना 5 घंटा काम कली. हला जदि मु 5 घंटा काम कली ताहा हेले मु से जो 8 घंटा मो पे ये हितला कोन असाइन हितला, सो मु से 5 आवर काम कली ताहले मु सेति के केते वेज पाइबी से पर डे कि मु सेति के पाइबी ना पाइबी नी. Wage of employee who work for less than normal working day. Normal working day less than, suppose I am spending in the organization, then how much wage I have to get, whether I will get less than that, whether I will get equal wage. Said central government कहूची, central government said, so the organization एटी कौन करिबा, the organization have to analysis, the organization cannot give worker को तार normal wage को provide करिबो, normal wage को. But जदि मु less working days काम करूची, as per organization is assigning some work, but I am not doing that work, and I am doing less work, or I am basically what, I am spending less time, but organization is assigning the work. जदि मते organization assign करची but मु कम काम करची और कम time spend करची, से अनुसारे मते less wage दबो. But I am spending full day of the organization, but the work is not there. मु पूरा दिन आसीची organization सेठी मते organization रो काम नै, but मु पूरा दिन spend करची, ता माने मते organization सेठी less wage देई परिबो नाही. हैला सेटा entire काम को ये कोन करची ना entire situation ऊपर डिपेंड करूची. Whether organization assigning the task I am not doing, or I am there and the work is not there. So in these two situation, the organization paying wages to the workers. पिला माने बुझिलो कि एतिकी पर्यंत section 10 पर्यंत, or else I will explain once again section 10 to kalli को section 10 to मैं explain करी students
Okay, ma'am.
पूरा क्लियर देखती की पढ़ेली सेती की बुझी गले section
आज्ञा।
10 पर्यंत
Yes, ma'am.
काली ठू मु एई section 10 ठू आपनकर कंटिन्यू करिबी हला आपनकर सरी गला कोन वेज कोर्स सरी गला हमें नेक्स्ट ये को जिबा इंडस्ट्रियल डिस्प्यूट और उटे नेक्स्ट ये को हमें कवर करिबा हला एटा सार देबी काली की मिनिमम वेज एक्ट कंप्लीट कर देबी आ दी तीनटा सेक्शन अछि कंप्लीट कर देगी देन वी विल गोस टू द नेक्स्ट वेज कोड नेक्स्ट लेबर कोड ठीक है चलो
Okay,
थैंक यू
ma'am.
स्टूडेंट्स
Thank you, ma'am.
बाय
Thank you very much.
see you tomorrow हाँ
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Am I visible?
Yes, sir. Both visible and audible.
So, last class, we discussed about human resource information system, where we discussed that the HRA, human resource, just a minute. So in last class, we discussed human resource information system, where we discussed about the meaning of human resource information system, why it is needed, its the basic practices, the purpose, and how to implement the HRIS in the existing system. Suppose one ongoing organization is there, and we need to implement the computerization in the existing manual system. Then what needs to be done? What are the steps are to be taken? That we have discussed in the last class. So today we'll discuss another two component, like we discussed the HRP are broadly based on four broad factors. One is your HRIS, 5 broad factors. One is your HRIS, one is your human resource audit and accounting, one is training and development, one is career planning and succession planning, another one is your training and development. So from that we discussed what HRP is and what HRIS, that we have discussed. Then today we'll discuss what do you mean by human resource auditing and human resource accounting. So what human resource auditing actually it says. So see, we have read the concept audit in from financial term we have read it, from management term we have read it, or from commerce point of view we know what audit is. So we usually speak, sir, the audit is going on, so I'm very busy in that. So what do you mean by audit? Audit comes from the Latin word auditus. Auditus is implied as cross-checking, checking again and again. We need to check it once again whether any kind of mistakes maybe happened in the past year. So we will cross-check it, we'll verify it, we'll rectify it, and accordingly we can raise compliances. Are you getting my point? Am I audible and visible? Yes, students?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Vidisha, Chinmay Rao?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, see what the meaning of audit is actually. Audit is all about verification of the transactions, financial transactions, which are being made in a financial year. So in that, what we will do, we'll verify it. A specialized person will come, they will verify it, they will cross-check it, and they will find out if any mistakes which are there or not. So that financially the organization will become stable. So that the misappropriation of fund, misappropriation of fund can be reduced. No one can do any kind of unethical practices. So these are the basic, we can say, outcome of financial audit. Okay, so we used to do for a year. The same concept is applicable here, the human resource audit. So the concept, what the concept says, can anyone tell me what the concept of human resource audit usually reflects? Any idea on that? Please, can anyone tell me how the audit of human resources are done, or why it is done? Can anyone tell me? Yes, 11A.
Sir, verification of salary.
Verification of salary. So see, verification of salary means what you are intent to tell. Like verification of wages is being paid accurately or not. Then it is somehow, see, it is somehow again related to the financial audit. But here we are doing certain other things. So what the basic form of human resource auditing, it reflects that how well the HR functions are functioning. Are you getting a point? How well the HR functions are functioning. The HR functions includes what? It includes recruitment, selection, training, orientation, and all other functionaries. HR function is functioning. So see, all these functions, whatever functions are there in HR department, different functions are 1, 2, 3. So these all are combined or included in HR policies. Okay, these are included in HR policies. Only policies? No, it is included with practices. It is included with process. It is included with people. It is included with project. It is included with purpose. See, this HR audit is not done from financial aspects. Rather, it examines the policies, the practices, the process, the purpose, the people, and the project. Right? How the policies are applied, how the practices are being carried out, how the process is being continuing, how the people are performing, how the project is set. Right? So these are the basics of human resource audit. When we audit, we examine all those things, because these things, so in that, what it includes? It includes your recruitment, selection, training, orientation, induction, performance appraisal, potential appraisal, wages, salary, training and development. See, these are the different functionaries. And these functionaries, HR functions, are always moved or processed as per the policies, as per the practice, as per the process, as per the people requirement, as per the project, and as per the purpose. Right? Now, when this cycle moves, that reflects to the organizational growth, expansion, internationalization, and development. Okay. So we need to examine the practices, policies from people perspective. Then only we can know the growth rate, whether the organization is growing. If it is growing, then what are the parameters which are contributing, how the policies are contributing, how the practices are there which are being adopted in the organization. So this is all about the basics of human resource audit. This cycle, when this cycle runs, and as well as this cycle runs, this contributes to the growth, expansion, diversification, development, and internationalization. Now, this can only be if the HR practices are examined in a systematical way, then the organization can move from national to international, global way we can recognize our organization. Now, what audit is? Just write out human resource audit. What is the meaning of human resource audit? Human resource audit is a continuous process, is a continuous practice of, it is a continuous and systematic and comprehensive practice. So what HR audit is, it is continuous, systematic, comprehensive practice of examining. Practice, it is continuous, it is systematic and comprehensive practice which examines. What it examines? Which examines, it examines, it assesses, it evaluates the organizational policies. It evaluates the organizational policies and practices to find out the policies and practices, to find out the strength and weakness, of the organization. बुझी पारलो पिला माने मु कहबी केमिति तमे सर ए तो फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट हमें वेरीफाई करूछु केमिति हाउ वी कैन वेरीफाई the policies practices. It is the people factor only, so we can judge, we can evaluate, we can examine the policies practices by through the people, through the human resource, or through its stakeholders. I mean, stakeholder ko through we can know the details about the organization. Who are the through its users. जो माने user organization, from them only we can examine. So what do you mean by HR audit? HR audit is a continuous, systematic and comprehensive practice which evaluates, which examines, which assesses the policies and practices to know the strength and weakness of the organization. को जगह रे हमर strength अछि, को जगह रे हमें weakness अछि. So this we need to find out. This we need to examine. So this is the key component of HRD. The successful of HRD all depends on how we are examining the organization practices. Organization practices includes organization culture, organization climate, organization competitiveness. These are the things that are to be examined. Whether the organization is able to compete in the market, whether the organization is able to accept the challenges from the market. Right? So these are the key components of HR audit. Buchi parlo pila mane, what do you mean by HR audit? Yes?
Yes, sir.
So what it includes, HR audit is all about examining the policies, examining the HR policies so that we can know the strength and weaknesses of the organization. Now next is, I'll write it here. The HR audit broadly identified with five factors. So 5 factors are to be studied. So the first is it analyzes of the practice / policies. So what it does, it analyzes the practice and policies. We need to analyze the practice and policies. This is what is the purpose of HR audit. So first is analyzing, then how you will analyze, how someone will analyze. So you need to understand the system. You need to understand the system. So you need to understand the system. So what the system says and where you are moving. When you can compare between these two, then we can know better about the organization. So what is that? Audit is all about analyzing the practices and policies. Then understanding the policies is another bigger challenge. You need to understand it. Then next is your dictation of deficiency. Dictation of deficiencies. Kichi deficiency ko area re achi ki. We need to dictate it. We need to find out. See, ame kochi ki there are different functional areas.
Dictation or detection?
So these are the different functional areas. These are the different functional areas, and we need to find out in which area there are some problem or deficiencies are there. So we need to find out, we need to dictate the deficiencies. We need to find out the deficiency. So once we are able to identify the deficiency, then we need to inspect and investigate it. Inspect and investigation. So you must inspect it thoroughly, regularly, so that you need to investigate. So this is another key factor. So suppose got a question padila, mukai bhabuchi to when I'm discussing this, if you are getting a question, discuss human resource audit, the meaning, nature, characteristics, scope. It is all about the user, those who are directly or indirectly associated with the organization. The audit is done upon them. Now the process, if you are getting, so a systematic process. So what it includes, you need to analyze the practices, policies, understanding the system, dictation of deficiencies. Okay, then we need to inspect and investigate, and next is finally testing and reporting. Testing and reporting. So what we need to do, we need to test whether it is correct or whether it is wrong. So then we need to prepare the human resource reporting. We need to prepare the human resource reporting. So this is all about 5 basic, we can say, objective of human resource audit, practices of human resource audit, or process of human resource audit. Now, what we actually think of in case of audit? Audit is done with the people, by the people, and for the people. This human resource audit is done with the people, by the people, for the people. Say loko pai kamo koruche, tanko dwara kamo koruche, tanko pai kamo koruche. So because how we are working, suppose muk pacharibe ei jo class hala, ei jo class chalichi, after this class I will ask some questions to you, right? I will ask some questions. What questions I will ask? Do you understand the subject? Or else I will give a statement. The class, after attending the class, I have understood the subject. One is strongly agree, no opinion, disagree, strongly disagree. So the teacher has covered the subject. Strongly agree, no opinion, disagree, strongly disagree. The teacher has used the time. The teacher has interacted with the students. Are you getting a point? Pilamane bujhucha na nahi?
Yes, sir.
So I'm asking questions to the question, or I'm giving some statement. Now with that statement, you will start filling up the statement. So when we'll start filling up the statement, and what the HR department will do, the HR department will collect the feedback from you. Then they will analyze it. So it is as good as a performance appraisal report of the policies and practices, not of the people rather. The people will give, or people will tell the positive side and negative side of the policies, or the practices, or the project, or the purpose. Okay, so with that we can do better. Suppose we have a training program. How many of you have undertaken training program? Training program organization attend karicha. Can anyone tell me? Yes. How many of you have attended training programs? Ke karicha the training program? Anyone from your side?
Yes, sir.
Co-training. Can you please share so that we can think on that? What kind of training program you have attended, Chinmay?
On-job training program and
Okay, on-the-job training program.
and
So you
AI
have
training
attended.
program.
Okay, now see, when you have attended the training program may be for a day, or for a week, or for a month, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you have attended the training program, after completion of the training program, your training organization, whether they have distributed any questionnaire or whether they have collected any feedback about the training program.
Yes, sir.
So do you understood what the training content were delivered? The trainer has delivered the lecture, or else after every session, whether the training organization have distributed any questionnaire to you or feedback form. Hey Tilaki?
Yes, sir. Feedback form and about the
Okay,
training
the
program. How to
organization have
improve.
distributed the feedback form, right? Now see, why such kind of feedback forms are being circulated after completion of a specific job. So this is why the reason is that to know about the existing program or the program which is already being finished, to know about the strength side or weakness side. So another is that only by knowing the strength and weaknesses we cannot do or we cannot develop. So what we need to do, we need to apply the negative aspects which were given in feedback by the employees or the trainees about the training program in the coming or in the future training program, so that we can develop ourselves. Trainee mane, they have given a feedback that, sir, after lunch session, please do not conduct any kind of theory session. Let us do all the practical session after lunch session. Or if any kind of site visits are there, you please do it after lunch session. So see, this is what is the feedback given by the most of employees. Now we should apply that. So that means we have conducted one kind of examination, assessment about a project or about a training program or a program, and we ask questions to the employees, or we try to get the feedback of its users and what feedback they are giving, and accordingly I will make changes in the future course of action. So this is all about your audit. So now,
Yes, sir.
now the benefits, in which way the HR audit is beneficiary. So it is one, we can know the difficult situations, we can find. Can anyone tell me what are the benefits of HR audit? If we are going with an accurate HR audit work, then what will happen? Can anyone tell me?
The organization can identify the shortfalls of its policies and processes.
Organization can identify its mistakes. Organization can implement changes. Change can be implemented, and organization can have a foolproof mechanism. A foolproof mechanism. Foolproof mechanism means, so the people have given the feedback. The feedback is called, you cannot say anything. Suppose you will tell that, sir, why you have made these changes? It is you who have given the feedback. Maximum people are referring to this. That's why I have implemented the changes. So foolproof feedback is there. Foolproof proof is there, so that we can implement changes without any resistance, without any hurdle, without any opposition. So this is what is another objective. Another objective is that it helps encouraging the members. It helps encouraging the members, okay, of HR department to accept more responsibility, and they can work in a better way. So what will happen? The people will become more responsible. Not only the HR department, all the departments people. Are you getting a point? So if we are working as per your wish, then people will take more responsibility, so that what will happen? Organization will function well, or organization will work in a better way. So these are the basics of human resource audit, or we can say the practices of human resource audit. Now, what is the process of human resource audit? As I have already stated here, the process may be identified as okay, analyzing the practices. It all about analyzing the practices, then understanding the basic systems. Okay, you need to analyze the practices, policies, and we need to understand the basic system. Then we need to detect the deficiencies. Then we need to inspect and investigate the deficiency areas. Then we need to test and we need to report. So this is there, but somehow we need to write down the process of HR audit. The first is just write it down. Defining. The first step is defining. Just a minute. The first step is defining the scope, and type of audit. So the scope and type of audit. So we need to find out kotako audit karibi. So whether I will audit the performance appraisal system, whether I will audit about the policies which are there in the company, whether I will audit the achievements of the company. Okay, so this, or whether I will go with all over the organization. Okay, all over the organization. Our investor kon hue na to amar audit hue. Audit kono na academic audit. So academic audit, what a team of people will come to each of the department. So every department they will come and they will visit to the department, and each of the department will present their achievements. Okay, which way they have achieved, how the course are functioning, how the students are being benefited, and how the students are being placed, and how the students have how many students have completed the course. So how many of them have attended different kind of training program. This is all about student. Then side by side, all about your teachers. So a teacher, how many teachers have published books, okay, journals, articles in the journals, how many places they have visited, what project they are referring. See, the scope is identified in a academic audit. So say to Konochi, now we will become streamlined. We will go with a system. So we will find out our way of doing things. So audit also identifies the way of doing the practices. So we can move in a systematic manner. If audit is not there, then the organization will lose its direction. Organization will become derailed, and organization cannot move in a stepwise manner, in a systematic manner, in a strategic way. To move in a strategic way, we need to do the audit work, where we need to find out the pros and cons, the limitations and the objective, or this positive side of the organization. So department audit hochi, academic audit hochi, student audit hochi. Okay, so these are always done in every organization. Only financial audit is not the ultimatum. Many are there which the organizations are referring, with that organization move ahead or grow. So this is what is. First, we need to find out defining the scope and type of audit. Then develop the audit questionnaire. So what is that audit questionnaire? It may be come in form of a questionnaire, or it may come in form of a statement. Okay, it may come in form of statement. Now questionnaire. So what kind of questions we may ask to do the HR audit? So the questionnaire, like one is we are asking. See, the questionnaire has always two parts. Joby questionnaire. So you are doing the project. Some of you must be doing a project with the application of questionnaire. Mostly the HR students. जो माने मो पाखु आछन मु तांको कहूची कि I will give the questionnaire, I will provide the questionnaire. Questionnaires are there, plenty of questionnaires are available in the online or internet, but somehow if they are not getting, then I will give the questionnaire. Now, what do you mean by that questionnaire? It may become in a questions form, it may come in the form of statement. Now the questionnaire or the statement has two sides. One side reflects the demographic aspects. So what do you mean by the demographic aspects? It's all about the personal data. the personal record of the individual to whom you are asking the questions. बुझी पारलो ना नहीं? It is all about the records. So it is clearly सुनी दियो so that project रे तो question जब distribute करिवो, you can understand or you can deliver in a better way. So what is the demographic aspects? Gote question or first part is your demographic. Next is your subject. The second part is the subject aspect or area in which you are conducting. से जो area उपरे जो तुम्हारा functional area उपरे काम करछो ता उपरे statements are there. Now demographic aspects it all relates to the personal record. Like we are not asking the name. Name will never like change your views. तम name जहाँ थिला से name टा 50 वर्ष पर share होची and with the name there is no changes of views. It will not change. But rather age will influence, right? The age will change your views. Are you getting my point? One is that at the age of 25, your views are something else, but at the age of 45, your view will be changed. Buji parcho na nahi pila mane? Are you agreeing to me or not?
Yes, sir. Agree.
So see, gote jetobale amara age thila younger, when we were at the age of 25 or 30, we were thinking or we were considering the organization in this way. बुझी पारला ना नहीं? जेतबे मो organization रे out more views and the view of a person whose age is 55 or going to retire, तार view difference as. Are you getting my point? So this is what is the difference on the basis of age. That is another. Second is that gender, male, female. Male karo view or female karo view different as well. Why? Because male has certain structure and female has also certain structure. They are from different surrounding. They are from different surrounding. In this sense, we can say that okay, dependency or workload that differentiate. Okay, so that is how the male and female views will certainly differ. Male may take it positively or female may take it positively, whereas male may take it negatively. So that is how the things are happening. That is how the difference of opinion will happen. Are you getting my point? The next is one is age. One is age, demographic range. One is age. One is gender, male, female. One is experience. On the basis of the experience, okay, your views will be changed. When you are beginner, when you have joined in the company, okay, your views or your acceptance of the policies are different from the views of a person who had worked for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. Are you getting my point? So that is how the views will also different on the basis of your experience. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Achha, what other demographic aspects which will change the perception or views? Can anyone share? What other aspects are there? What other aspects are there?
Sir, educational background.
Huh?
Education.
Very good. Educational background. Please be louder. One is educational background. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Very good. Your educational background will also change the views. Someone is technical, someone is non-technical. So with that, the views will also change. Anything else? So what I like it here, one is your age, one is gender, one is experience, one is education. Suppose I am saying professional, general, postgraduate, technical, postgraduate, non-technical, undergraduate technical, undergraduate non-technical. So that will change the views, right? The next, anything more if you want to add? Very good. What other demographic aspects are there? बहुत जिनसे रोची जो टाइप बहुत भालो influence करूची के कोई परिबो who can tell?
Region wise where they are lived.
Louder.
The region wise where they are lived like other state.
Sir, place of
Place.
अच्छा, exactly. Okay. So once again, please tell. Yes.
Sir, place wise where they are lived like
Very good. So place wise, that means rural, urban. Okay. So the person who is working in the rural area, his views will different from the person who is working in the urban area. So region will also influence. Region or we can say your area of operation. How would it insert? Okay, so region or your area of operation. See, the first step is defining the scope and types of audit. The second step is develop the audit questionnaire. Now we are thinking of how to develop the questionnaire. You may get a question as a HR manager. Your task is to audit the HR practices which was adopted in the past or in the last year. So what kind of questions are to be asked to the employees so that you can know better? So same question examination. So you need to put a questionnaire. So what is that questionnaire? Demographic, age, gender, experience, educational background, region. The next, go quickly. Yes. Any other? If you want to add, Hussein, Sasmita, Pravasini, Raghunath, Manoj, Vivo Y75 5G, Alok, Chinmay. What? Am I audible?
yes sir, clear.
Clear. But I am not clear. Please clear my doubt. Please tell me what others can be added here. What other demographic aspects?
Their occupation.
Okay, we can say position. Okay, position. In which position you are working? Whether you are working in the top level, whether you are working in the medium level, whether you are working in the lower level. So top level views are different from the middle level views are different from the lower level views are different from top level. Okay, you got my point? So that is another demographic aspect. What other aspects are there? How did you along?
Income, sir.
Very good. Wages. Kete wages paucha. The person who is earning higher than the person who is getting less, their views will certainly differ. The person at the top level may, likewise, we can say position and wages. See, I'm a different way trying to find out the demographic aspects. But in the questionnaire, we may go with 4 to 5. Another is, most important is marital status. Married or unmarried? Because from gender prospects, female, once a female employee is married, so that will influence in different way, because they can go for different kind of, they can avail the maternity leave, okay, and they can also have one option, they can go transfer themselves to the area where the spouse is working. That options are there in the company. So this will also influence. If they are not being transferred, then their views will differ. They will tell negative things. So this is how, or else we can say marital status, married, unmarried. So when someone is not married, his views are different. When some responsibility will come on the people after marriage, their views will different. That leads to number of dependents. How many people are depending on you? If you are alone, your views are different. When you are in a joint family and many people are dependent on you, then your views will differ. Are you getting my point? So these are the parameters with which this subject matter will differ from different persons. You need to analyze from that way. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ research करू, project करू, and ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ paper ଲେଖୁ, we need to calculate from that aspects. Audit color, those are also one kind of audit work. So what is that? We need to calculate. Then what are the subject matter? These are the area where we can identify as demographic aspects: age, gender, experience, educational background, region, position, wages, marital status, or number of dependents. Then next is the subject. Okay, so suppose HR policy ku mu audit karuchi. So what are the different areas, broad areas? One is recruitment and selection practices. One is your training and development. One is your wages and salary. One is your performance appraisal. One is your, let's say, we can say conflict resolution mechanism, CRM. Conflict resolution mechanism organization. One is, we can say, retirement benefits. Okay, suppose these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 broad areas I have identified. Now I'll start 4 to 5 or 6, 7 questions on each of the aspects. Recruitment. The recruitment practices which has been done in the company is fair, transparent. This is one. You are putting a statement, then you are giving 5 points. Panchata point. One is strongly agree, okay, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. So in 5-point scale, if someone is giving 5 mark, 4 mark, 3 marks, 2 marks, 1 mark, this is neutral. Okay, so or else one can put 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here, 5 here. It depends. So accordingly, you need to calculate. So you are asking different questions on recruitment selections. You are asking different questions on training and development to know about the training and development practices being adopted in the company. Then next is your wages and salary. Then performance appraisal and potential appraisal. Whether the company has adopted a specific performance appraisal mechanism in the organization or not. Okay, so that is asked. That is being asked by the company. Now the practices adopted by the appraiser is very transparent. So you are strongly agree, whether you are agreeing to it strongly or not, whether you are only agreeing to it, whether you are giving a medium response, or whether you are disagreeing, or you are strongly disagreeing. So you need to put the marks, and accordingly we will calculate. Then we will compare it with the demographic aspects. How many, okay, from the respondents are age of ethicity, age of that, or position wise, or gender wise, or number of dependents wise. So we need to calculate the answers accordingly so that we can find out the views of this category of persons are different from that category, and accordingly we can think of about the policies. Right? So this is how the research are to be done. The research work is to be done so we can know better about the policies, we can know better about the practices. Again, one more thing is there. See, the questionnaire, when we develop the audit questionnaire, we are putting questions or we are putting statements. So we are asking options. These questionnaire are of 2 types. It is a this question has 2 parts. Are you getting my point? It has 2 parts. But above that, the questionnaire are of 2 types. One is open-ended, one is close-ended. You know better. What open-ended questionnaires are there? What do you mean by open-ended? Yes?
Yes, no question.
The examination, the way you are,
They want to answer other side.
Okay, you will start writing the answer. The answers are not specific. The answers are specific based on the student's perspective. So you are specifically writing from your knowledge. Okay, basing on that, you are answering the questions. But close-ended, the answers are limited with certain points. We cannot go beyond. So all will fall in one straight line. So that is what open-ended, close-ended. Now this close-ended has 2 parts. One is your demographic aspects, one is your subject. Now in subject, there are 2 parts. Okay, it is a continuous practice. The subject matter can be asked or statement can be put in 2 ways. One is your rating scale, one is your ranking scale. And another is your ranking scale. Now, how the rating scale and ranking scales are different. So what kind of scale is this? When I'm asking questions and you are putting your answer within a certain points, strongly agree, no opinion, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Whether it is rating or ranking. Yes. Whether it is rating or ranking.
Rating,
Yes.
sir. Rating.
Then what do you mean by ranking? Can anyone form it?
Ranking first, second, third,
First, second, third, fourth.
priority
So,
wise. Yes, sir.
priority wise, not priority wise, we can say as per the choice.
Yes, sir.
So,
Choice
while
wise.
ଏଠି 5 ଜଣ ପିଲା ମତେ ଦିଶୁଛନ୍ତି ନା ଗୋଟେ ରହିଲା ଚିନ୍ମୟୀ ହସେନ ପ୍ରଭାସିନୀ ସସ୍ମିତା ରଘୁନା. So these 5 students names are appearing. Now rank these students based on their performance, where 1 is the best and 5 is the least. Are you getting your point? Now in that case I will start ranking the students. तमे performance appraisal ले आमे कोचे to eliminate the limitations of performance appraisal, biasness आमे limit करिया ताको omit करिया पे we are adopting ranking scale. भाई देखो नहीं तो मु rank करिया को पड़िबो. Or else in certain case in appraisal system we adopt, we can put the people, ethical number of people out of 50 you need to put 10% beyond this mark, beyond this line, 10% within this, 10% below that, 10% below that, likewise. So this is also one mechanism which has been taken from ranking. हमें rank करिवा 10टा लोगों को सेठी रखिवा. So in a broader sense, rank can be done in that way. In other way, rank can be done like first to 5. हमें कहले कि you are going to a hotel. Let's say you are going to a hotel. So to have your dinner, you are going in a group of people. Now, what happened? Tamko pachara gala gote question. So when you enter into the hotel, the way the what is that? The security guard, the way the security guard greeted you are very happy. So that can be asked strongly agree, no opinion, disagree, strongly disagree. The food served very quickly. The food was very tasty. The price was reasonable. The person who served, he was very polite. Are you getting a point? So this can be asked from rating scale. This can also be asked ranking scale. I'll just put from 1 to 5 these points. Parking, security, okay, price of the food, then the taste of the food, then next is the way the person served. So you rank which one is the best and which one is the least. This can be asked from rating way, from ranking way. Now, can anyone tell me, out of this rating and ranking, which one is more accurate as per research point of view? Yes?
The feedback.
No. We are trying to get the feedback. Feedback is the ultimatum. Are you getting my point? We are getting the feedback either through ranking scale or through rating scale. Now, out of these two, rating and ranking, which one is more accurate? You will get correct result. Yes?
Rating.
Rating, very good. Rating. So rating we may get correct, more accurate, because there we are getting pinpointed and individual wise result. Are you doing it? We can get the result individual, but still rating and ranking, these are the two forms of like collecting the feedback, and we do the audit, human resource audit, with those two instruments. We usually identify it as instruments, okay, or questionnaire. So that is what is the second step. Questionnaire discussion. So developing the scope and type of audit, that is one. The next is your defining the scope and types of audit, then developing the audit questionnaire. Then the third is, okay, collect the data. Collection of data or record. So we need to collect, we'll start collecting the data. We'll collect the data or informations. Then next is your benchmarking. This is another concept. So benchmarking is to be done. Now, what can anyone tell me? What do you mean by benchmarking? What is the meaning of benchmarking? Yes, Manoj.
Selecting one process or objective and fixing the limits. This should be the ideal position. Selecting the ideal condition.
Suppose, just give one example, one question you have been asked in the interview. You have stated the term benchmarking. Then the interviewer asking what to be benchmarked, and give me one example. Yes, GA कहबा ता project मु तैयारी कर देबी. Quickly. The student
Sir, it
who
is like comparing one
Yes.
process or performance with the best, the
See, in case
standard,
of
the
benchmarking,
standard
now you
set.
are telling.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in case of benchmarking, we are fixing a standard. Suppose, for example, तमे कौन करूଛ ना देखिथिबो ओलंपिक्स होची. अरे ओलंपिक्स रे समस्त जे पार्टिसिपेट करूछंती. अरे गेटे पॉइंट जो माने एतिकी सपोज जैवलिन थ्रो हला जो माने एतिकी रु अधिका कले एई इवेंट रे so a standard was set there. Those who have achieved this standard, they are eligible to participate. Not the sub country ru jane jane jante. So with that also we have seen two or three participants are participating from one country because they have set the target, they have set the standard. So with that they are moving. So what is that? What to be benchmarked when we are asking? So when we are thinking from company's point of view, we are trying to find out what are the parameters to be benchmarked. And benchmarking is always done between two similar companies. Benchmarking company to company. So Coca-Cola with Thumbs Up benchmarking hochi. Coca-Cola with Coca-Cola local product benchmarking cannot be done. So when we are seeing that a person from a industry in the film industry is advertising for this, the next day you will see someone similar kind of person in that product. When this company is giving a 2 liters bottle, next day you will see a 2 liters bottle there. So setting up standard, so HR policy is standard also. Similarly, in case of HR policies, in HR audit, we need to set the standard. So this is what is the line. You need to go above that so that you can become, or the organization can become an achiever. Then next is your provide the ones we have benchmark and examining. Once the benchmarking is done and examination is done, then we need to provide the feedback. Oh. Okay, just 2 minutes. I'll just tell the points. So next class I will discuss. So one is that providing the feedback. Oh. Then next is your correct action plan. So we need to take correct action plan. But this is what is the step that I have discussed of HR audit. But you remember this. This spelling itself defines the process. It is all about analyzing the practices, understanding the system, dictation and your deficiencies to be find out, and developing the questionnaire, dictation, deficiency, and developing a system that is there. The next is your, we can say, instruments and investigating. We need to investigate and we need to design the instrument, and finally testing and giving feedback. So this is what is the basics of human resource audit. Next class, I will tell about human resource accounting, reporting. I will complete and I will discuss what human resource HRD is. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
require letters to be given is, please you collect it from DDC, or else we will send us the details so that we can mail the company directly for getting of the permission from the company to continue the project work or to start the project work. बुझी पारलो पिला माने?
Yes, sir.
ହଉ ତମେ ତ ଏକା ଅଛ, ଯାହା ତମ ଯୋଗୁଁ ବଞ୍ଚିଛୁ ଆଉ କିଏ କଥା କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି। Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening to one and all.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you all? Having a good day? All good?
Very hectic day, sir.
Okay. It was a hectic day. Okay. So you want to have a lighter session and in a more interactive mode, as I understand. Is that right? Okay. So, like you had your sessions starting from what? 5:30?
Today it started at 4:30, sir.
4:30. Oh, okay. So it's been quite hectic. So you want to, all of you want to have a kind of 5 minute break or a 2 minutes break? What is it? Because you just finished the session. You want? You're okay? You want to take a small break and come?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Please do. I'm there. I'm on. We are at 6:40. So can we resume at 6:45?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much. I'll just wait for you. Don't worry. That's fine. Hello. Hello.
Sir.
Good evening. Can we start? Take it still.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let me begin with this point where we left last session. We were talking about, if you recall, in the last one, the topic which we're talking, or the unit which we're talking, we were talking more in terms of anyone who would like to add to this. We were talking about learning and
Learning
its
and training.
techniques. Learning and its techniques, right? And training, correct. Learning and training. Learning and techniques of training, correct. Thank you so much. So today we are going to actually get into an interaction where we will talk about a little more about the concept and identification of training needs. In the sense that how do we actually identify a training need? So, which is in one word, it's called as TNA, but in other words, it is also called as gap. So, the training need assessment is the name of the TNA, full form, and it is a systematic process. And let us look at those systematic methods of the process. How and what do we do in identifying training needs? So, then there are 3 levels in which we do this training need assessment: the organizational level, the task or a job role, and then person analysis. These are the 3 levels at which we do. Okay. So the gap, obviously, we are talking about between the current what the person is doing and what is expected out of the person. So that is what we are talking about, the gap. So the TNA will actually take us from current to expected. And obviously, when we do TNA, we are doing 3 levels: organization first, then task. So coming from top down: organization, task, and person analysis. Okay, am I fine with it? So what is the training need and why is it identifying the is important, and what is the first step in any training program? Any thought? It is nothing but the TNA. So let me just move into that. So if you look at introduction of a training need assessment, as because we are talking about the gap, that is current to expected. I think these 2 words are important, and the TNA is focused on current to expected. So if we have to look at that, we are talking about identifying these gaps. Then we are talking about aligning with the expected goals, and as process connecting the 2. And then we are talking about improving the effectiveness. Is it okay? So the foundational step is obviously to listen, to get either from the individual. So we use 2 methods: focus group interview, FGI, which is very prevalent in the industry, very largely used. So what we do is the people who are having the challenges, we share some questions to them, more or less just to give their understanding about what they want. Then we carry this to the also to the supervisors or the next level, first level, second level. And then we go into the departmental head or the functional head who is at the leadership level, and try to appraise them and then say, what do you think about the other way around? So taking from bottom to up and then also top down. So by doing both, we arrive at certain pointers that this is common to both the sides and what is its priority, and get a sign off from the functional head or the head of the organization, and then say, okay, fine. So we don't take more than 2 or 3 outcomes and then design the program. Is it okay? That is how a TNA actually works. So why do organizations often skip TNA and jump straight to training? And what are the consequences of that? Anyone who would like to really bring up a thought that while this is a very, very proven and a very methodical and a very good process, why do you think the organizations actually jump over it or don't want to do it? What is the reason? Any particular reason you think it is? Is there a reason behind it?
It may be
Anyone?
time taking.
Sorry?
It may be time taking.
Yes. So what does time taking for an organization mean, as you say?
Yes, as a time taking means always the organization have a target to fill up. So maybe TNA takes more time to do the training that the target may not be filled up by the time they want to or they are
Correct.
targeted to.
And the second thing is that, so therefore it is an effort, the time, as you rightly mentioned, or given time and timelines. And then this last one is there is definitely an overhead cost in doing the entire thing. So the organizations, more than the overhead cost, first, as you rightly mentioned, to reduce the timeline and the effort towards that is the second, and the last one is the cost. This is the reason people actually jump. Now, there is another thing which also comes here. The leader of the organization forces his way to cut this out and says that I know my people better. I know where their lacunas and drawbacks are there. I have been doing appraisal of them. And recently we have done a half yearly or a quarter and a annual year appraisal. And this has been a consistency of this person we know. Several years this person has been in this department and so on and so forth. So by using such statements, which are little biased because it doesn't really bring out the real part of that story. That's why I said biased. They topple the TNA and then say, no. What we will tell you what is there. You please prepare a program outline and then you let us roll the program. So they are busy in saying that, when will you do the program is more important than how will you do the program or what the program should cover. Okay. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for saying that. So let us move into the concept of training need. Okay. When we move into the concept of training need, one of the most essential pointers here is what is their current level of performance, and do we have a measurement in terms of a KRA, key result area, in terms of a KPI, KCA, or key competency area, or is a KTA, key task area? Who is measuring it? How it is measured? What are its parameters? And if you look at it, most of the organizations, they say they do have, but if you really want to go deeper into it and assess, you will suddenly realize that it is not as much as that you can actually use that to understand from a training need assessment point of view. So that really doesn't help what I'm trying to say. It is a process there, but it really doesn't make you get the hook as to what is the real challenge. And let me ask a question to all of you. Suppose you suddenly draw a training outline without doing a TNA and going by the supervisor, and then, just now, as I said, that you are not able to figure out the actual hook of it. What is the consequence for you when you develop and deliver a program? Anybody who would like to say? What happens? What can happen? What is the risk? Because I've done it. And I have been, I'll come and share with you. But I want to understand, what do you think it is? Anyone? I'm sure you have some experience in these lines. You want to? Any of you? The problem happens is that you are in the questioning mode, but your training has not been effective because somehow the participants were not engaged. And somehow I think the expectations what we had from the program did not meet. Or somehow I think it could have been actually some more activities So they start interfering into saying what could have been the training program. So the question comes is, why did you not tell in the beginning? Now, this is the problem. And as a result of all this, you as a consultant or as a trainer, as a facilitator, are going to be squarely held up, saying that, nahi sir, nahi madam, आपका ट्रेनिंग ये इफेक्टिव नहीं था, आपने बताया नहीं, ट्रेनिंग नीड असेसमेंट हमने मांगा था, आपको मैंने प्रोफाइल मांगा था, आपको ये बोला था कि चैलेंजेस क्या है, आपने कुछ नहीं बताया, आप बोले नहीं आप सब जानते हैं, तो उसके मुताबिक हमने डिजाइन किया, लेकिन द होल थिंग इज फॉलन अपार्ट. सो this is a blame game. So if anywhere you are doing a program and asked to do design and outline and a program, doing for a generic level is different from doing for a specific challenge. Now I am talking about a specific challenge is there, and the boss says that I know all the problem, so you design as per this and I will look after it. Then this is not going to be a proper training program. It's a checkbox training program. Means to say that training program has happened, yes, it happened, but it is not going to have an impact, or you can't expect desired results. So expected performance, what the organization wants is needs employees to do. Now that is on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being low, 5 being high, it could be around 2.53. It cannot be 4 or 5, because the fact that you have not had a TNA imprint, blueprint, clearly, objectively, tangibly visible to you. And the organization never felt that you should have a discussion with the audience before the training program, which is very essential, especially if there is a challenge where they want it to be addressed and improve, you know. So I will give you a particular training example of a TNA. Is that fine with all of you? Shall I go ahead and give you? Is it okay? You tell me, you want me to give an example of an IT or a non-IT? Which one you would like to be more comfortable? You tell me and I will share with you. Any of you. You want an IT example or non-IT example of a TNA? And then I can give it to you accordingly.
Non-IT, sir.
Sorry? Non-IT?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. So let me give you something to do with a cement, which is called a cement industry, which is called as Lafarge. Lafarge, have you heard, all of you?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Okay, so Lafarge Cement. Now, what has happened is Lafarge Cement has tried to actually take a segment of a market where they introduced a new kind of a product, and they wanted to do a program with all the masons in a particular state as to begin with. Now, you might ask me why mason? Because the masons are the people who are influencers to the people who are contractors and also the builders and also to the owners, saying that with cement, they want to use in, building or constructing. So they started doing a pinpointed program, which is a 1 day extended to a half day. That is what they started. So the first day is a classroom and the second one is the field, or the half day is the field. They will actually first day, second half, they will go to the field, but second day, first half, where they will also go to the field. Only half day is going to be in the classroom. So they explain the product. They explain what are the benefits of the product in terms of FAB, features, advantages, and benefits, and then tell them how this product stands against its competitors in terms of pricing, in terms of positioning, in terms of strengthening and the time it takes to strengthen, and the concretizing part of it, and how less a water can be used for that particular product, and that is the benefit to the customer, and it is the time taken to consolidate itself. So a live demo as a part of the half day session is also given to Mason. Second half, actually, they have been given that opportunity to actually make on a hands-on. so that they test it. And the next day, they are asked to go to a particular site and in openness of a particular client place, they actually test it. So the objective of this training program is to saying that by doing this, today, whatever is the revenue they are earning in the state in terms of number of touch points of selling, they want to increase it through the mission. As I said earlier, it is an influencer program. So the targets of the individual people is going to be doubled up. And that is how this entire program has been positioned. So the pain point here is that number one, they increase the reach in the location. They want higher sales, and they were almost looking at 100% more sales, and they were looking at influencers' mission, and they wanted therefore to address that in a very specific, objective, focused manner. Am I clear till now? Any questions? Any questions? So, any questions here by any of you? Because I'm talking about the TNA. What came out of the TNA of Lafarge Cement, right? So the focus group discussion went on with the mission and also with their marketing people. And we figured out the sales targets which they want to increase, that also with the management. And so 3 sets of people we had focus group discussion. After that, a training outline was drawn, as I told you. The first half is going to be more classroom or more about the product. And the second half is going to be testing themselves with hands-on. And the third one is testing that in the client place. What it resulted is, it gave them 30% growth in the first part of the training program. How? Because out of the mission, there was a follow-through program which was designed, which was not a part of the initial design. And that came out as a follow-through after the feedback of the session, saying that we want to have a real follow-through of this with the people whom we covered. So we covered close to about, I think, some 10,000 or 12,000 missions in a period or span of time of about month and a half. Okay, about 45 to 50 days. And each one of them have been the target point. So the salespeople were following up with the mission, and that is how they would take the leads. There was a 30% raise seen in the first month itself. By the end of 2 months, we have seen there is a 50% increase. So what happened in this training program is, it has been effective, but what we set in as saying that it has to be effective by a timeline of this 100%, that did not happen. It went on to 30%, then to 50%, and then I think it probably was in 65 or so. So it went on there. So that is the gap, way and also the how we have done. So then we figured out what are the things which are missing, or what are the things which we have not taken into consideration, we have to take into consideration, right? So this is an example which I wanted to share, how a training could improve sales targets. And of course, using the influencer and making those calls with the clients and recommending the product of Lafarge, and that is what established in the state of Odisha. So can a training need arise even when employees are performing well? Yes. What kind of a change would trigger it? It could be as much as I said just now. It's increase of sales. It could be related to attrition. It is an HR issue, but it can be attrition rate because it becomes a management issue. It can be to do with the productivity. So there can be many such kind of a pain point or areas of challenge need to be addressed. I hope you're getting the root cause of training need as to why we established this and what comes out of it. That's what I was telling. Any questions here? Hello? Am I audible? Or I've got disconnected with you?
Audible, sir.
Okay. Are you able to understand the example which I've shared, or was it difficult?
Understood, sir.
Okay. Now here, what we had done is we have used the same mechanism of listening, which I have mentioned in the last class, which is an important act and facet of training need assessment. While we do the training need, we actually ask only question to engage the person and not actually talk too much from our side. Because the idea is to get more information, more understanding of the situation and the context and the environment in which the person is working. Only then we will be able to bring value to that. So all the time, there's a particular format in which we actually take the notes in terms of, one of the concepts which is very important is called as MECE. You know what is MECE, anybody? Mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. This is a McKinsey model, and we use this very importantly. MECE is mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. So using this model on the framework, we actually arrive at only 2 or 3 pain points, because too many of them will not be effective. You may have that, but you may have to take in the next training. But you can't have a training covering several pointers. It will dilute it. It will not have its impact. So management and organizations always want more things to be covered as an agenda under training. But I think we have to refrain as people from training and development that no, this we will cover in the next. So you have to push back. If you are a consultant, if you are looking after the training department, if you are a trainer also, you should be a little more firm and push it back. Otherwise, this will only result to later a blame on you that, it has been not a good job. So that's the issue. So in the last session, I remember I have asked all of you, and we did that exercise of listening, which is called as a content, intent, and feeling, correct? So have you tried this at home? Any one of you, or in the office? And if you have done it, can you tell me what has been the experience of yours or observation? Hello? Hello? In the last class, I think I remember I am telling you that, you can probably take and experience it with your family or with your, organization where you're working. Have you been able to kind of manage and
No,
do
sir.
something on that? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No. Manaji. Manaji say no. Anybody else who has been able to try? Chinmay madam? See, until you don't try it out, you will never believe that how it actually works. I mean, you will never get a kind of a thread on that. I mean, it is good to know, but it will probably not be something which you know how it is working, right? So that's why I'm said so. Anyway, so since you are not responding to me, I believe that you have not done.
No, sir, actually, I wanted to try with my family, but things did not work out because on Sunday he was over busy. Actually, he didn't
Okay, again.
time for this. Sorry.
Oh, I know. So maybe by the next class, if some of you can try, it would be a good idea, right? Okay, ma'am. Thank you for being so frank and letting me know. Thank you so much. So the objectives of training need assessment is to identify performance gaps and then also understand and align organization goals and determine the solutions, or sometimes we also talk about services there, which we can actually provide them. And here, the third one, sometimes we seek the organization support in training, which is a little technical, because you as a trainer would not know that. And you are being there more as a facilitator. So you bring the training and the technical aspect and build into the thing using case studies and then you wet it up also with a kind of a answer of the case study. And that is basically to tell them that in your environment, this is what and how it works. So what I'm trying to say is you as a training practitioner, you should not only limit to only what you know in training and training methods, but you need to adapt the ecosystem and the people who are subject matter experts and also co-opt with them in building the content and then actually delivering it, using their support and also giving them the due credit for it. In organizations, I've done this and it works wonders because you are able to touch exactly the challenging point of the organization. So it is relevant, it is critical, and it is something happening, and all of them therefore get more involved and more participation and more attention is there. This is why it is important. Otherwise, they'll say, actually, the person who is taking the training is unaware about what is happening. He has come here only to flip the slides and only trying to tell what he knows, but it is not getting connected to our real-time problems. So that is the drawback. Now, prioritizing training resources is of great importance because, for that, you need to obviously have a kind of allocation of a budget and time to the most critical and high impact areas for training. So here goes the point. In TNA, we decide what is need to do and what is have to do and is what is must to do. So these are the three clear pointers or categories we split into it. Now, improving or how to go about improving the training ROI. There is an equation for return on investment. And the return on investment equation is that how much have you spent on people versus the infrastructure and also in the training versus what is the outcome which you have done. And that is how it is calculated as ROI. Okay. So if your resources are high cost and you lock them for 2 days, and if you're not able to give that kind of a return on investment, then I think it's absolutely gone. On the downside, if you are able to create that impact, then I think the ROI, if it is much higher, then I think the ROI for investment, the return on investment is pretty good. So the support workforce planning, obviously you need a lot of support within the organization if you are as a training and development or as external also, because there are a lot of pre-preparations and you have to identify also the future skills which they require in the organization and how to actually and how to develop that progressively, a framework or a kind of a progressive structure you have to make within the organization where you actually, it's like a career advancement scheme, or workflow scheme which you have to have. So which objective of TNA do you think is most overlooked by organizations and what impact does that have? You have seen the six of it on the screen right now. Which one is most neglected according to you? Any idea? Any kind of a answer which you would like to give?
Prioritize training resources.
Yeah. This is one of them. And which could be the second in the order? There's one more also.
Align with organizational goals.
Yes. This is most of it because they become standalone program. So they never align to the goals of the organization. So you don't know why you have done the training. So that is exactly what I wanted to also bring it up. That this aligning with goals is a very important factor. But many organizations, I've seen, I've done with even the last one, I think I've done with Indian Oil at Mayfair, Puri. I've conducted a program for a particular conference they were having, and 100 of them, and I was doing the training. So they just said that, you please come and do a half-day training program. So I said, well, what it is all about? They said, oh, it is more to do with a particular framework and this can be done. But I asked for input. They said, no, this is a heterogeneous audience. I said, well, what way you want to do it? Because I wanted to understand how does it align with the goal of a conference and what is the outcome of this conference. So while you are introducing a product, they were trying to introduce one of the new products in Odisha of the Indian oil, and that is what was the launch which was taking place, and that is why they assembled there in Mayfair Puri, and they're asking this program to be done. So it's really surprising. So sometimes what they do is they club the training program with something else. By doing so, they feel that they have completed both the objectives. So it is more of objectives being completed rather than goal and goal addressal. That is one of the key areas which I wanted to also highlight. Thank you. As I move to the next slide, I know which is it talks about the advantages of training need assessment. So here the question is, if TNA has so many advantages, why do you think many organizations still conduct training without performing? If it is so good, I think we established that point. They do it because to expedite the time process. They do it because they have an inner belief or inherent belief that no, what they understand is the right thing and nothing more can come out of TNI. So this is pre-decided and premeditated. So many organizations suffer from this kind of a unilateral decision making and forcing this training, because this training does not really work for anyone, neither to the organization nor to the individual. So many of them then look for only one thing, that how good was the food, because they realize that it is just happening. Even my boss also knows why it is happening, so I also know. And in between the training, when they meet, they say, "Are ठीक अछि, training तो हवा कथा हैला हो कोन तमे इते आउ कोन ता भितर मु तो कहि छि तुमको कोन करिया पड़े, एटा तो तमे करो, तुमर सर्टिफिकेट पाइबो कोन अछि ता भितर." I am talking in Odia to just tell you how the same person who is telling to conduct this training, how this person dilutes with his his own team members, and so easily he minimizes the weightage, and he says, "Oh, theek achi, don't worry about it. Theek achi." So this, you are hosting it in a place called as Mayfair. You are spending goddamn so much of money. You are giving all that. You are spending more, probably 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs. But you are only making it and diluting it and saying that you're cajoling your people. Naine, theek achi, kahe besto hucha. What does it mean? No, I'm telling you real time. So, who's according to you? I have a question here. According to you, who is the person to be blamed, and who is actually doing the mistake? What do you think? Because this is what happens in the real world.
So if you allow me, I would say the system in many of the corporates has become such that everyone wants to showcase that I have done this or I have done that. We have achieved this. And in that race only, people have started giving less importance to training need assessment. Rather, they would show or write in their appraisal that we have conducted so much of training, number of training, or we have trained this much number of employees.
Thank you very, very much. It is completely to show that 7 days or 9 days training policy has been established in the training and development inside the organization, and every employee has covered or not. And it is to show more than really fine to put them on an assessment framework. And you want to, just show the rest of the world that your organization is a great organization. It ensures all the 156,000 people who are working. You cover training for everyone, and you are like one of the best. And you have a training center in Mysore, state-of-the-art Mysore training center. And the whole world should really understand how training has been driven in this organization. But that's not true. The truth is somewhere else, as you rightly said. So, Many organizations have turned up and said that training and development is one way of giving them off from the regular work and giving them a 5-star facility under the training campus so that they have they are enjoying. So then why don't you send them to a resort? And why are you doing a training? So what I wanted to tell you is that in many ways, like you said, many organizations make training and development as a guinea pig. I hope I've used the right word and you will agree with me that it is just a guinea pig. That means they want to show something. So let this happen from here. And who are the people who are guinea pigs of this? The HR people are guinea pigs because they are the ones who will do whatever the management says. You can't say no to the management because they tell you that you are MR and since management representative. So you want to also be a part of that game, what they are going to play. And the leadership says, oh, and that is for them, it is like a showcasing. We have covered so many people, and that is what it's a great organization under my leadership style. And they all that bhashan baji and gyan baji which they do in the media, bites and bits and reels and whatever. No, I don't know what. So this is the problem. And in the reality, training need assessment, I think today in India, if I want to take, I think 60 to 70% of the organizations don't do it. But they claim. So many organizations have another practice also. After doing the training, before writing the final report, they create a TNA as a backend to complete documentation. Okay. This is for audit purpose. And I think audit was just covered before my class. And that audit is this audit. So they try to find out your compliance. Are you in conformity or non-conformity? You are in conformity because you exactly covered that many number of days. So everybody is happy. This person is also happy. The supervisor is happy. Organization is happy. But nobody is figuring out what actually has been done. It is status quo, but training happened. So what are the limitations of training need assessment? I think I've already said, and we have already discussed that time consuming for sure. In fact, along with that, there's a cost. And sometimes it is a longer time frame of 6 months, 3 months, 2 months. So people don't want to dwell into it, engage with it. It is, and in fact, one of the counter questions they give is, "Arey bhai, aap training need assessment abhi kar rahe ho? By the time you finish and give us the report of training need assessment, our need and our requirement of the organization is already changing. So therefore, that is an old TNA. Now that is no more valid. So how do you catch up with the new one?" Many leaders, many supervisors argue on this. And they say, आप ट्रेनिंग के बारे में हमको मत बताइए सर, वो कुछ नहीं होता है, वो बस करना पड़ेगा, वो मैंडेट है. अब क्या करें, उसको मैंडेट है तो करना पड़ता है ना, आप लोग फिर नहीं, फिर बाद में वो उसको मुश्किलात हो जाते हैं, तो चलो खत्म करो उसको. So they themselves are not convinced. Now you are going to do a task which they are not convinced. So what is the outcome? God only knows. Only I think Lord Brahma will tell you what is the outcome of this, because it is extremely difficult to, why you are brought up into the picture. Tomorrow in a meeting, when the thing will come, they'll look at you and say, हम लोग ट्रेनिंग किए थे ना सर? हाँ किए थे. कितने किए थे? कितना कवरेज हुआ था? बस हो गया, हमने किया. और क्या चाहिए? हम तो कर रहे हैं, हम सब कर रहे हैं. So the data reliability is always a question, and that is why I said issues. So the self-reported data from employees may be completely biased, inaccurate. It could have influenced by multiple factors because it is corrupted, because the idea is not to be fair, it is to just show. Resistance to participation, across the board it is there. हमारे मैनेजर बोले हैं हम इसीलिए ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम आए. आप क्या चाहते हैं? नहीं, बस ठीक है, जो भी आप पढ़ाना चाहते हैं पढ़ा लीजिए, जो भी आप बोलना चाहते हैं 2 दिन के बोल लीजिए. सर एक चीज है, हमको 4 बजे छोड़ दीजिएगा, हमको जाके लिंगराज का दर्शन करना है, हमको पूरी यात्रा करना है. So what is it? No. In fact, the government trainings are even more interesting. And let me tell you, these government officers who go on training are OFS officers, OAS officers, including IAS officers. When they go to any country or any location within India, the training program is only 2 hours. The rest of it is only excursion. That means they will move and they will have everything. So why they just about the 2 hours? 3 days, 5 days, only 2 hours, and in the 2 hours also they will come in the last hour or the last 30 minutes. So if this is the kind of our HRD ministry is also squarely responsible for this from the government of India, that this is how the training and development in the state, including the IAS officers, the OAS officers, OFS officers, including the OTAS. I don't know if you know, Orissa Taxation Service. This is what they go through. They say, it just has to be completed. Because I've done all these trainings, by the way, in the government. I don't know how many of you know Madhusudan Academy and Gopabundu Academy. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
know?
Here near XIMB.
Yes. I am engaged with them. There it is like the DG who comes in Gopabundu Academy, who is an additional chief secretary rank. This DG will decide this time something which the next DG will come will change. Now the DG will be only there for a period of probably 12 months, 24 months, or for maximum 36 months. So the next DG comes, he changes his own. So everyone has his own format. There's no standardization. I must tell you, all of you, that for Gopabundu Academy, I have developed something in the lines of Labansa. The first time in the government of Odisha, a manual for training and areas to be covered for every OAS officer who is joining in services after recruitment and the probationary period. Okay. You understand Labansa, all of you? What is the full form of Labansa? Anybody?
Lal
Lal
Bahadur
Bahadur Shastri
Shastri
National Academy.
National Academy for Administration.
Sir, absolutely. Taking the format of that, I have designed. I will try to show you the soft copy on screens of the design which I've done of that particular manual. It was actually done when R.K. Sharma, I don't know if anybody knows R.K. Sharma, he was the ex-DG of Gopabundu Academy before Mathivattan, who then was the DG. Now I don't know who is the DG. I think this has been changed or he's still there. So I'm talking about the earlier DG when Sri Pradeep Janna was the chief secretary, and this whatever it developed the manual. This was a manual developed for Gopabundu Academy and it was launched formally. And this information you will not get anywhere else. I'll show you the plan now. Maybe next class, if you can just remind me, I'll show you the manual. Is it okay? Because I want you to have a glimpse of it. Because whenever we do this training need assessment, I have actually established a journey from 1962, the journey of Gopabundu Academy, up to the point of 2020, I think 4. Yeah. So it is never done. So I was called in as a external person, as a professor, to intervene and create this manual. And that is how I have been involved. So coming back to this point, the resistance to participation is very, very high. I must tell you one more example, and this example is to do with the students. From the government of Odisha, there was an initiative for skill training. And we had a university which came forward, which in this case was Ramadevi University. And then I was asked to frontier this with respect to setting up a skill center where there are 7 particular sectors of skill training which we provide to the students. So the question came up in the training need analysis is, which year we will cover? Is it the first year? Is it the second year or the third year? There's huge resistance coming in from the professors and readers and teachers, saying that if the timetable does not allow them to give any time for such kind of activity or learning. And let me tell you, these are those professors and they are qualified professors and recruited by the government for the sake of the society and community and sacrifice and create the future of this India and to the world, the future professionals. but they did not do anything about it. In fact, they were resisting to me. And they were treating me like an external vendor as why are you? And that is where I've written here, creating the fear and of the negative outcomes, and they will not perform well in their examination. And one of them turned back and told me as a reader, Agya, eguda sobu podiki kon hobo, semane to chulli jolebe na. This is a lady talking about another lady who is a girl now today. This is the kind of mindset. They don't want to render training. They don't want them to be in the learning path. So when you don't have a clear mindset for making others and build up through a training process or learning and make such kind of bad, filthy, sad statements and saying this way, it is very sad. This explains that you don't have a virtue of developing people, which is what I told you in the earlier session, that there is a clear demarcation between training and development. Training is about the current, development is about the future. You are creating a resistance to participation. And the interesting thing is, from TNA, you figure out which one is for training and which one is for actually development. Because what has to be addressed under the short term, what has to be addressed in the long term. But it's a complete resistance. I had to bring the finance department and write very strongly about these readers, including the current then Vice Chancellor, and to the higher education department against them, saying that these are the roadblocks and these are the people who are roadblocking, and action may be initiated, including maybe a suspension, is the level at which I have written a letter to the government of Odisha. And that is really a daring letter which I have written. And then I was called upon the VC, and the VC asked me, why did I write such letter? I said, it's very sad. I have traveled 46 countries in the world, and you think I'm an idiot? You think I'm a fool? Don't you think you have engaged somebody who is experienced? And is this the way you talk to me? Your people who are professors think that, this is of no use to the students. Who are they to decide? How did they decide? Okay, let me share on what basis they have decided. No, they would like to hide, and they come as a consortium to resist. This is political play of not making things happen in the system, because ଆମକୁ ବେଶୀ କାମ ପଡିବ, ଆମେ ବେଶୀ କାମ କରିବାକୁ ପଡିବ, ତାହେଲେ ଏଗୁଡାକ ସବୁ କାହିଁକି କରିବା, ଏଟା ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ. I hope all of you understand Odia, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm giving you live
Yes, sir. Yes,
examples,
sir.
madam and sir. I'm giving you live examples. I don't think you would ever know these examples.
Yes, sir, you are correct, but it is very painful.
It is very painful. I would like to tell you, madam, it was very painful for me.
I have suffered also. Like it is, I think everyone has suffered this.
Yes, but that is what I'm saying, that these are the limitations of training and need, and people who are sitting in the authority and power actually downplay this. And when you protest it is only the way, and therefore why I said all this, and what is that which I want to interpret in the whole process and communicate to all of you, is you have to become the change agent. A change agent has to be having the audacity and very argumentative and stand for the right and justice. And then only you can do justice to this process. Otherwise, there are enough and more people to actually make you a mess out of it. I hope I've sent the message and you have understood. So training, one is a checkbox training. Second one is a training which is well orchestrated and analyzed. Third one is more a wit training. It is witty. That means somebody wants to joke. Somebody takes it lightly. And the fourth one is about, it's more of a ego-based. And then you're doing a training. It is not going to yield anything. So you must know where you're getting into, what you're getting into. And this is the business of training. So the tools, actually having said the limitations, in the area of training and analysis, and in the area of what we talk about return on investment of training, there's a lot of work which has happened. And in the world, there are organizations who have actually advanced and really taken training with a lot more seriousness. While I would have given examples to you which are very prone to Odisha and India, and in a poor state, in the sense, in the poor manner or in a poor, light. But I didn't mean that. But I wanted to tell you that we are far behind than the professionalism which we need to exhibit under which is required for training. Training, you have to come with a very big heart and a open mind. Otherwise, everything will just happen the way, and you feel that you just moved blocks. Then nothing will change. If you really want to change, you have to be off the baggage. You have to be open-minded. You need to come with creative ideas. You have to welcome participation. You have to listen to all sides of it. You need to do a 360-degree. You then only will be able to do justice. So designing TNA tools is a very important facet. Now, there are many, of course, but one of the most important ones are the surveys. In the survey, the most important is not number of questions. It's about how you built your question. And it should only prompt the other person to speak, as I said before. And you need to capture. And that if you do not do that, then your surveys are not going to be really bringing out the challenge. Then it's very difficult to articulate that. And of course, checklists and interviews. Some of the interviews I have done in the past, even now, is I do some interviews and tell them that I'm going to record it. And later I listen twice to understand what actually transpired. So sometimes I ask these progressive questions to them. Why are you saying that this is important for you? I mean, I understand that it's important for you, but why? And what happens on the consequence if it is not addressed? Or what is the impact to you in terms of your learning, in terms of your career, in terms of the organization and its outcome? So when you get into such deep dive questions of progressive nature, it really works well. It is then there's a reliability factor into the whole process. Then they start understanding that you are actually a person who is wanting to make a change. Then they start investing in you. Initially, every person feels that you are only doing a checkbox or you are only doing a purpose of a task. Like you, any one of you might feel that, I'm doing a session only for the sake of conducting a session. Not really. But the way and the intent and the tone and the delivery and the examples may only make you then feel comfortable that yes, no, there is an essence to the whole thing. It's not just about passing the time and having a class being conducted. So it's not a checkbox. So it's very important that you pick up the right tools in TNA, whether you are going for an FGI, whether you're going for a survey. And why will you do that? Is it because of the nature of the organization? Is it because the culture of the organization? Or is it because it is having a reach in multiple locations? Or is it because it is having a model of business which is more concentric in a particular segment? What is the reason? And that you need to properly actually give a thought. Now, then you conduct the assessment. Now, during the assessment, there are multiple challenges you face. In the first layer, when you do the assessment, actually everybody doesn't respond. Now you suddenly feel and realize that why these people are not responding, that they are actually doing some kind of insubordination for you. Or you are not a part of the organization, so they're not responding. Then you go back to the stakeholders and say, your people are not responding, what can I do? But that is not the truth. The truth is they have not understood your questions. So that means your questions which you have framed are not something which is, understandable by the participant who is going to fill up. So there it is, they are not comfortable. So if you make it too complex, then they will not fill up and give it to you. If you make it too simple, you're not going to capture. Now that is where the designing of the TNA comes to play. So you have to spend time there. And then comes conducting the assessment. And that is where, when in spite of all of that, if it is not happening, what you do is you bring the stakeholder of the organization and say, I want this to be done, but it's not happening. So I'll put the reminders, but still response isn't, so follow through. And India is a country without follow through. Indians don't work. I told this before also. Develop training modules after that in terms of designing each module. But again, The designing of the module is how much of classroom percentage is how much of interaction with how much of role play, how much of case study, and how much of video. Because the attention time has to be managed. Anything which you develop as a module, it should not extend more than 90 minutes. That's the thumb rule. And ideally, after that, you need a break, or otherwise, you should immediately get on to getting them to an activity. Otherwise, they will be completely distracted and not be attentive to your class or training. So, therefore, either you hit a video in the relevance of it, or you hit an activity to bring them out of it. So, constantly you have to find out what is more in terms of learning centric, not classroom centric, not trainer centric. Then you talk about the implementation of training. And in implementation of training, it's extremely important that you talk about who are the people who are going to come in. Whether you want to have people who have a lot of experience in a particular area and then share their live experiences, and that is what is going to impact, and that is what these people need as a real-time examples to really understand. Or is it that you want to bring an academic person from an academic institution to develop a concept and framework? And so which one is important? A mix of both or one of them? Now, again, it is not that you're bringing a high profile person and then trying to, somebody like Subrata Bagchi, and then saying that, he's going to do a training. Now it's not going to work because he is not skilled in any area. He will talk more generic. So are you going to actually have that? Are you actually appeasing or pleasing someone to have people of that line to come and deliver just because to show, as just some of you said, that you have a corporate figure because he went and written this book, go and what is it? Kiss the world. That's what Subrata Bagchi has written. So now that he has written, let's have him deliver this training program. Or you want to call up Chetan Bhagat because he has written a book on this. Or you want to call up because he has written 2 states. It's not going to work because what is the relevance and why you want to bring him to? So your module delivery of implementation of training has to be by the relevant people. Maybe the person is, so don't go by the stature, go by the relevance is what I'm trying to say. There are some organizations that say, no, we have called Amitabh Bachchan to deliver a particular program. What is Amitabh Bachchan got to do with the training, talking about your Wipro hydraulics, program? What does he understand about hydraulics? It is there in Peenya, in Bangalore, and it is a hydraulics plant. Basically, it does from short piston to the long piston for the, back loader and front loader, if you understand that. What Amitabh Bachchan has got to do with this? So why are you bringing a motivational speaker? There is no relevance. This is because my boss has decided that we will bring Amitabh Bachchan. Now you are figuring out a slot in the training to bring Amitabh Bachchan and get it delivered. What nonsense is that? Now, Amitabh Bachchan is great. I'm not debating on the point. But the question is, you bring him for the right purpose to get it done. But why are you bringing in the training program? Either you dissolve it. So, again here, I think the training people have to make the voice. Many training people are, they are yes boss. And they are bootlickers. Because the boss is happy, rest of the thing is fine. Because they want boss to be happy. So it is a boss's training program. Boss chahta hai, it is like Mugambo chahta hai. So hum usko bana denge. Now that's not going to work. Mugambo is not going to work on this. I hope you are there and listening to me. Because I don't know.
Yes, sir, right, sir.
I sound sometimes like,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I hope you are not getting bored by the way I'm putting the examples and connecting the points.
No, sir, actually, we are enjoying your style of teaching, actually. Totally different. We are so much interested in your teaching style, actually.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that is where you can actually see. Otherwise, what I said, if that doesn't happen, then you cannot evaluate the effectiveness. It's actually dropped. Because if you have not done that, then why do you even go to that step? So what happens is you pre-decided to disconnect that step itself. So the flow of actually doing the DNA and post-training analysis or effectiveness is gone because it is not connecting. So how can you evaluate? So it's going to be a generic report. It will have photographs, very nice, all that Phulatada exchange, and then it will have inaugural, it will have a valedictory, and it will have a certification, and it will be shake hands, and then, my nice kind of a lunch or whatever, and all that is compiled in the report. And then, of course, the media people are not to be left behind. The media press also has given a nice article, and they have also eaten the food. So all that has happened. But is it the effectiveness of the training? No. So that is almost like branding. It is almost like you are trying to do a kind of an advertisement. You are trying to create a canvas. You are making an event out of this. But event is not training. Training is different. So why are you actually renaming it with another nomenclature? So advice management comes the last. But having to say this is something which is most of the people actually don't do it while it is there on the paper. In the Western world, I have seen this actually they do. They actually go through. I remember when I was heading the learning center at Sarjapur in Wipro. I had the opportunity to run the corporate HRD center, which is called as Assessment Center of Sarjapur of Wipro, in being in the corporate HRD function. And what we used to do is, the moment we have a leadership program conducted, immediately, especially if it is conducted by Mr. Premji, in about 1 hour's time, or, he wanted that to be completely compiled. And after that, he immediately, after the training, the entire compilation, and this one should reach in 1 hour time to his office, to his table. And he himself goes through every feedback given to him, because he was the person who has talked about, the entire Wipro. So he goes through it, and then he goes through the feedback, and then he relates the feedback given by even one person over 1 to 10. If one of them has given 4 or 3 or 5 or 6, then he immediately goes and checks why the person has given, and he immediately calls and checks with me as in why this person has given this feedback. What do you think about it? And it is his own feedback. That is the level. He checks and he advises, and he also takes feedback for himself and to change and correct. That's why I've never seen a person who is so meticulous, so detailed like Mr. Premji, because I have worked in that and I've been very close into that. I'm just sharing one discrete example to you, and one of the top line leaders in our industry, in the IT industry. And, this is exactly what he does. He's so meticulous because he gives full value to training. I'll tell you one example. In this huge training center, it's actually in the B block of the Sarjapur. And A block is where he sits, which is a separate office. Now, B block is completely a training center, so I'm heading the training center. We had kept, we used to keep mineral water bottles. And one day he came to the training center. He said, why are we having these bottles actually placed? We said, no, sir, training is going to start. So he said, but AquaGuard water is what I want everywhere. I think we need to stop this sealed bottle, because this is a bad practice, and we are only trying to encourage this more by doing so. He was very particular. And thereafter, he personally would come to the training center, and while the sessions are going on, he would like to figure that out, whether the people are actually participating or not, whether the session is actually happening or not, whether or not the water is placed in the proper places or not, and whether the AquaGuard water is being kept or not. He would minutely check those details, and if anything goes wrong on that, he would straight away take it on the floor and ask who has given this permission and whose approval is this, and I would like to know the person concerned. And he would then and there itself take the call and speak to the person. And he was the CEO of Wipro and a founder, of course, with the highest stakes, that. So what I'm trying to is an exemplary thing about a world leader. He is one of the top 10 leaders in the world who has been called by the then excellency of the President of the United States, the POTUS, when Obama was there. I don't know if you are aware, or you might be aware of it. That's the level at which his leadership is. And he is very particular. And he does not want to waste. And he says everything is very useful and reusable. So don't waste anything. And If you do not, then you please ensure that it is passed on to somebody who finds a usage for that particular part. If you can't use it, you pass it to somebody. And remember, in this world, nothing is not useful. Everything is useful. It's only that your lifestyle, you probably have changed and you find it is not useful, then somebody else it is. So his language, his talk, his dialogue, his leadership way of thinking is way apart. So the point which I wanted to say is a person of that kind, the training need analysis, he himself gets involved. And he says it has to be done meticulously, and he goes through it and he catches the right point and he understands where people have not done it, and he just pinpoints on that and he says this is not acceptable to me. So there are people who drive this training need analysis as in the leadership very rigorously, and he's one of them. But there are people who do it like I told in Ramadevi or in elsewhere. These are two ends of the dichotomy, and it is very strange that, and that's why you need to understand where you are, with whom you are, and how you are dialoguing. That's what is the most important for you and me, because we are professionals, are going to be professionals at the end of where we are. So the methods and techniques of TNA are the three levels. One is organizational analysis, task, and person. That's what I said right in the first slide. And in that, what we're talking about is we talk about examining a broader context or an aerial view. Sometimes we call it as what is it called? There's a word to it, which is called as spatial. SPATIAL. Anyone who would like to explain what is spatial? It's a word with a lot of meaning and very rarely used in an Indian context. But I would like to throw this back to you, because I always keep saying in training, the more you're aware of these things, the better you are placed. Anybody who would like to share what is spatial? SPATIAL. Would you like to?
No, sir, it is something like taking space or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So the best way to actually explain you is if you take a clip. I'll show you a clip. This is a clip. You are all able to see the clip?
Yes, sir.
This is a very confined clip. Its dimension and its design and the purpose, everything is limited in its own way. But if you look at the sky, it is completely open and it does not have, it is infinite point. And that is what is called as the spatial. That means it has no limitations, it's beyond limitations. Now, in organizational analysis, because it is going to progress and it's going to actually be growing, it floats into the spatial mode. Now, what do you understand about the organization in an aerial space or in an aerial view or in a top, in a top view, big picture view? You can use that word also. It may not be enough because the organization is in a metamorphosis. So it is changing. So what it is today, it is not tomorrow. So that is why we say that how frequently are you having a organizational understanding? I have developed an application which is called as a Know Your University. You know why? Because this will give that spatial understanding to people who are employees of that university, and an easy way out for them to learn and understand what are the new MOUs, what are the new designs, what are the new patents, who have filed more patents, who has filed more publications, who is the best faculty, who is the best feedback, what are the machines which have come, what is the infra level which is there, and so on and so forth. It is length and width. And this information is all overloaded on that. And they have a one window understanding of everything. It's like that, what is it called? The one-stop spot for them to learn everything. And that is where they can assess their workforce capability or their abilities. How much they know, how much they don't know. What is that which they're on the blind side? What is that they have to do? It's like a Zohari window. Zohari window, all of you know. There's a blind spot. So what is known to you? What is known to the others? What is not known to you? What is known to others? And what is known to others? And what is known to you? And what is not known to you? And what is also not known to others? So that's a blind spot. It's 4 quadrants. It's very simple. It's like a SWOT analysis. So even the organization has this blindfold or the blind spot, and the individual has to have the blind spot. But as long as you work towards the blind spot, I think the blind spot is the training spot. But as long as the training spot of the organization or the blind spot and the individual's blind spot is able to identify in matching the organization requirement, I think there is a perfect fit for a training. And that is TNA. So that is how it actually works. And I think the rest, task and person, anyway, I've told just now by entailing what I've said. So let me move to the next slide. The common techniques of using of surveys is, one is survey questions. I've told interviews, focus groups, observation, and then skill gap analysis, competency mapping, 360-degree fair. So I think more or less I touched on all of them and explained you, of course, in probably a storytelling mode or an example mode, but then, with giving scenarios of the life, what I have experienced and what is in real time environment also. But then there could be more of it as you go. Okay, but the best, what most of the people do is focus groups, interviews, and 360-degree feedback and surveys. This is the most of it is done. The rest is ancillary or secondary, which is more of performance appraisals, competency mapping, and critical incident. These are all because critical incident is the frequency is less. So if you are doing on the basis of that, you are not very sure that is that the right thing which you're doing in training. A critical incident is not a frequent touch point. So that is the problem with the, but then it can be worthy. Again, you have to study it very carefully and analyze it, depending on the organizational type, the organizational culture. Again, when I say this, as an example, you said some organization which is giving a lot of importance to TNA, their critical incident would play a very important role. But some organizations which are giving the least importance to training, then the critical incident may not be of imperative. Okay, so I'll come to the key takeaways and, just to check whether we are there or not. So first is, why does actually training need arises when there is a gap, current and expected performance? I think we got the answer. We got it very clear. TNA is a systematic evidence-based process. It must be conducted before designing and training. So this is more on the paper. This is more conceptually correct, but realistically, it doesn't take place. And the reasons we have already discussed. The third one is TNA operates at 3 levels. Yes. And I think it is organization, task, and with the person basis. We talked about it. The key techniques include surveys and interviews and observation. And I told you what is prevalent in the industry. And the fifth one is about training organizations playing a pivotal role or a vital role in terms of designing TNA to evaluating training. In fact, that's why they say, there's a famous saying, I've been there in this training industry or in this particular industry for more than a decade and a half now. What I've realized is actually, if you have a good experience, you actually, it's almost like an astrologer or a palmistry. You do face reading. You read people. You read organization. If you are one who is extremely conversant in reading the organizations, I think these organizations which don't want to practice training and then say what they want to say and then they want to design, I think you can fly well because you predict what they are telling and you predict what they are not telling you. So what they are not telling you is also what you actually take into preparation of the module, the content and delivery. Now, and the best part of the beauty of the game is not even the content, actually the person you are with a decade and a half experience, what happens is it comes very naturally to you on the floor as you go and you can actually woo them in the attention and then you can carry on with your examples and that doesn't need the content. The content is more in terms of what should be shown, but actually they want more interested in you. And as long as you can change that and change the course and that will fly on the training and the training would be very effective. I've done this in the past and I've done today also. So what happens is I decide for a content and I walk because my stakeholder or by the decision maker who is saying I've gone with it. But once I've gone into touch the floor and I figured out that the setting, the environment, the people, the reading of people, I would have done it very fast within 5 minutes. And I have understood that no, that's not going to fly. Now what he's told is absolutely a biased thing. He said what is there on the floor is something different. And I sensing that I change the track. And immediately I go for a, in about half an hour, 1 hour or 1.5 hours, we go for a tea break. From the tea break, I change the complete activity. And therefore, the outcome is exactly what the organization probably, because I have now superseded everybody. Because I realize that everything is on the paper or everything is more a person centric, but actually what is that which I'm going to do is away from it, because that is where I get participation feedback and the participant feedback very high. They immediately say, sir, we have learned many things from you, because I would have gone directly with hands-on and then gone with games, gone with whatever role play and change the scenario what otherwise I have prepared in the content in the slides, and I completely duck that. I hope you understand. I completely duck it because it doesn't work. Am I able to explain what I meant by saying what I said?
Yes, sir.
So sometimes when you have developed a beautiful content, which you are over impressed because you have spent a lot of nights burning the oil, and you say, oh, ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ କାମ କରିଛି ମୁଁ ଯାଇକି ତାକୁ deliver କରିବି, and then finally when you go onto the floor and hit the floor, you find out that ଏଇଟା ଚଳିବ ନାହିଁ, ଏଇଟା ହବ ନାହିଁ, and then instead of getting demotivated, you have to learn how to change the course and recourse, and then get onto the floor and take the whole control onto your side and not look back, but deliver it with your experience and what you come. And that is where you are counted for what you are. And probably that is why the organization has hired you and also sent you the training. And that is why you're delivering the program. That's what I meant. In simple terms, that's what exactly I meant. All of you are very tired, I know. I don't
No,
intend to. Huh? No, you're not
no, sir.
now. Not tired? Huh?
Sir, actually, even after completion of the MBA, we want to be connected with you. You are so much impressive person
Yes,
I have ever
Yes.
seen in my life, actually, sir.
Thank you so much. This is a big compliment you're giving. I hope I will stand up for the kind of a compliment, because I always want to challenge myself. And this is a great thing. Thank you so much. I think it's a lovely day. It's been a great day for me. And receiving a compliment like this is, of course, is quite a big thing. Thank you. But what I wanted to actually do is doing justice. I wanted to bring it the real thing of the gap. Actually, what is there in the book, what is there is a concept, and actually what happens in the real field. Because as and when you go into the field, you realize, and all of us, even I have done, when I went out of XLR, I felt that, this is the right thing and this is all to be done. But then I figured out that actually it will not work, because there are so many people who will come to block you out. And there are so many, biggest problem in this world is the people. 70% looming large are the clouds of people. So their emotions, their ego, their authority, you have to massage that. And then finally, the productivity is only 30%. It doesn't really work on that. Unfortunately, that is the truth. So by the time you finish doing all that, and the training person really has a hard time, he just has to be so much into it. And it is pity, but then that's the real part of life. So sometimes, I have also been times, to be very frank with you, I've been demotivated after training. So what I did is I went and had ice cream after ice cream, and that too at night, 1 a.m., to motivate myself to saying that no, I was never wrong. Because that is the only way you want to motivate, self-motivation, At a point in time when you grow up, nobody motivates you. In childhood, your parents were motivating you. In your, teenagers, your friends were motivating you. In your adult, your probably girlfriend, boyfriend was motivating you. After marriage, your husband and wife, they were motivating you. But at a point in time, after marriage of 5 years or 10 years, you will figure out that nobody is motivating you. So you have to then take the control to motivate yourself, self-motivation. Because your wife, the moment you reach home and says, Kya ho gaya? What is the problem? Why are you talking like this? So I will take a small module of discussion with you on a training. Okay. Now that we have been talking about TNA, I will jump over to the next block 2, but then I will not actually start today completely, but I will just go to some kind of thing. And that's why I'm going to go live with you by, using a particular training module and a method. Is that okay? We'll use a particular training module and method. Is that okay with you all? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are okay with it, right? So let me start that. Let me unshare this. I'll stop sharing, and I will come live on the screen. Let me just give me 1 minute, because I want to conduct this module, and it's a very interesting module as long as you just follow, and then if you have a piece of paper, if you want to draw it. And this is a very interesting module. And the reason I'm saying is I'm actually now moving from the last unit, which we have completed, which is the 4th unit, and coming to the next block, which is as per your syllabus, which is called the management of training and development, which is block 2, training and its methods. In that, there is something called it on the job methodology. So on the job, I want to bring on the life also. This is a very beautiful game. There is something called as a drama triangle in life. And by the way, before I take you to drama triangle, I must tell you, you all know transactional analysis? Any of you? Have you heard about it? Transactional analysis? No. Okay. It is a relationship between a parent, adult, and child. It's called as a PAC model. Okay. I'm giving you some little understanding of it. Then I will tell you about the drama triangle. So in transactional analysis, we say that every individual is different, and you also have a parent and adult and child in you, and the person whom you are dialoguing on the other side also has a parent and adult child. Now, this child which you have is a child inside you. I don't know how many of you have seen a wooden doll, which has a small doll, and then there is capped up with another bigger doll, and then capped up with another big doll. And we used to play when we were children. Have you?
Yes, sir.
Correct. So just keep that in your visualization and in your picture. Now, what happens is the innermost one is also a child inside you. Now, over a period of time, as you started growing from your childhood, with the environment you were there, and then into schooling, and then into the college, and then to the latest part of the stage and latest stage of life. So what has happened is you have actually grown over time, but the child is still inside you. So I have my own child embedded inside me. Now, this child, I am familiar with that. And I bring the child whenever I'm in laughter, when I'm joy, when I don't want to think, when I want to joke, when I want to jump. And sometimes people say I'm actually not within my own control. And that is the reason and that is where I'm bringing my child into play. Okay. Now, so child state of mind is always there with every one of them. And the adult state of mind is a little more, child state of mind is emotional level. The adult state of mind is rational, logical. But the parent is more of a copycat, more of a following up, and following up without any facts, following up without any rational. So, for example, my father used to sign in a particular way, and I saw him from childhood. And I started actually holding the pen in the same way. And I also started signing exactly like him. So I was copying my father. And this happens with all of us. So this is a parental following up which we are doing. And our own parents. And the way they walk, or the way they stand and talk, or the way they eat, and the way they ask questions. So you are basically copying to, and that is where you are learning. And that's how you have inculcated some of those in the new. The child state, there are two parts to it. One is a nurturing child, one is a rebellious child. And similarly, there is in a parenting also, there are two parts. One is a rebellious or reactive, and one is very impulsive. And the rational, the adult is a holistic one. It is a 360 degree. It doesn't have any sections. Only the P and C has, not the A, because they are contaminated. Now, when your PAC comes in contact of communication with me, of my PAC, the dialogue which we have between both of us, it can start from a child state, it can end up with parent state, or it can start with the parent state and it can end with the child state, or it can crisscross both and then it can actually come and conjoin with adult, or it can be my adult is talking to your adult. That is a very conscious approach and balanced approach and a rational. And most of the formal meetings in official work or in any of them happen between adult to adult. And it is ideal. Ideal in the sense, it is good to have that way. But at home, with our relationships which we have, and in social life, we happen to have between parent and child to parent. So it crosses. And many times it ends up into conflicts and misunderstandings and then emotions and then depressions and demotivations. But whenever as a child you switch to adult, you realize the rationale behind something, and that is how you start correcting that, okay, this is the reason they said, and you let go. So as long as they continue to fight with each other, then the fight never gets over. So having said this much, let me now put you into a drama triangle. And this is about a husband and a wife. And I will end it up the session with that particular note. The husband and wife have newly got married. Okay. So the first year of their husband and wife. You know how they are eloping with each other. They are very happy with each other. Because the moon is very bright and the honey is very much intact. So what happens is they are having the best time. But as that year crosses by, the unwinding of their true personalities come forward. Now what has happened is, suddenly one day, the husband has said that, let's go for a movie. And I'm going to come from the office on time. So what is on time? That, we have the movie in Esplanade and, it is already booked. So I am going to be here at home by about 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock, the show starts. I think we'll not take much time. It's about 30 minutes drive. And honey, I'm going to be there. Oh, great. That's nice. So the honey was absolutely ready by about 5:45 and waiting for the moon to come. That's how the honeymoon is all about. So the honey is waiting. The moon doesn't come. The moon comes exactly at around 7. It's supposed to start. So he reaches home somewhere by 6:50. Just please take note of it. Observe. And she is almost, by the time he enters the home, what do you think is the state of the honey? She is already undressed and she is back to the formal, the house dress. I think that's a better way to push it. And by the time the storm is about to start, and I must tell you, all of you, that before the storm starts, the silence is absolutely there. And in fact, that silence explains that the storm is what level it is going to be. So the silence is very much prevailing at home. And the man gushes, hitting the door. And the honey is opening the door. That is the first scene 1. And immediately after that, the first response is that no response. First response is no response. And you are the man is trying to actually justify the position, but nobody is there to listen. And already he has figured out something in visual, that the house dress is on. So he has understood that going to Esplanade is out of question now. But tickets are there. He's paid the money. So now what happens is she has already gone away from that hall or drawing room and into her room. And she's like almost closed the door. Shut out. The man doesn't know how to open the conversation. Typically men have a lot of problem in dealing with it because they are basically horses. So they don't know how to handle it. So this is a situation which they have to handle themselves because they did a great mistake and a grave mistake. Because what has happened is he was supposed to start on time, but his bosom friend has met, and he has wasted all the time. And while talking, he forgot that actually the time went out, and then the mistake is his only. And he's completely convinced that the mistake is his. With the conviction that the fault is his, it is apparent on his face. And the lady of the house has been very beautifully, they are very good. See, every lady is very good in reading men. So she has read the man face, and she understands exactly where he screwed it up. So now he's on to taking it out. So the man is on a justification note. So he goes and says, why don't we actually make an attempt, and even if we are late by 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, let's make it. She says, no, that's fine. You please be preoccupied. I think if you have any other official work, you please kindly complete it. Don't worry about anything else. I don't think you need to be worried because the time, let's not have the conversation. And when it is dinner time, I'll definitely put that on the table. If you want to have, you can have and go to sleep. Don't disturb me. And she's absolutely right. And the question is, here the man comes to the drawing room again. Please note. And he says, now what do I do? And he has he is figuring out what is the next alternative approach. Suddenly the woman actually got up from there, and she now comes to the kitchen because she said, I'll plate the food. So her mind starts working that let me dump the food and then let him, do whatever. I'll go and go to sleep. Actually, it is not the truth. The truth is in her mind, she has to give it back. But she is waiting how to give it back. And she's storming inside. I told you. Now she comes to the kitchen. And suddenly you find that the neighborhood is also awake now. What has happened in the kitchen? Everything is dancing. It's almost like a harmonium and a big tabla and a band which is running in the kitchen. The man suddenly is now in state of unrest because everything is dancing. So he doesn't know all the more now what to do, because first bang happened, this is the second bang, and now it is no communication. It's completely on a breakdown. So what I'm trying to tell you in a drama triangle is the first person is called as a defender. Who is the defender here? The person who has done the mistake and is a victim. Who is it? Anybody who wants to say? The defender is the man, because he has actually initiated and he's defaulted and is now a victim. So he's defended. Who is the attacker? Who is attacking now? Exactly. Correct. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. So she takes the position of attacking and she is reacting now. Now, after some time, this lady will say to the man that, and she'll say, no more discussion. So the man tries to meekly enter into the kitchen while she's doing, thinking that at least that would be last opportunity to convince and say, no, can I help you with something? Then the woman immediately says, and stop interfering into my thing. And I am said that I will put the food on the table. Now don't disturb me. I am not like you. And commit something and don't do anything. You don't have value for people. You have talked so many things before marriage, but after the marriage, you don't even have a sensitivity and any responsibility for home. You are absolutely a good for nothing character. You only do what you like to do. You are not one who can be counted. You have never taken anything about the house. You did not do that grocery and all that. I had to go and buy everything. So she now is in a narrative mode. She is on a long stretch mode. And she is in such a long stretch mode that the man is unable to do any recovery. So the attacking is on a full force. It's like Israel and US and the rest of the people in the world have now started storming on Iran. Iran doesn't know how to defend. Now, after some time, the man says, what is this? My manhood is getting questioned now. So now the man decides to give it back. Because you see, India is a patriarchal society. So manhood is a manhood. So he says, enough is enough. what is this? She is trying to teach me everything. My parents have brought me up this, and this is too much. She's talking. It's all about a simple movie. If not today, we can go tomorrow. It's my money, and I have not been able to do it. I've accepted that it is a default. What is this? She's trying to coerce me. She's trying to get onto me, and she's getting riding on me. She's on my head. So now it's a personality clash. Now he says, forget about the honey and moon. Let us become the sun and the moon. Now he becomes the sun. He flares up. He starts telling you, what are you talking? My father, my mother, this happened. My mother never talked like you. You come from a different house. Your family is like this. You are like that. Your upbringing is a problem. This and that. It starts. So now the movie is gone. Now the khana is gone. Now it is like Khandani fight. So now it is a fight that your father and your mother and your father and your mother. And it is a question of taking the positions. I hope you understand. Okay, because all of us are a part of for some family or the other, and every family has the same story. So don't worry about it. So whether I'm talking about some family, your family, my family, it is one and the same. Now they both go parallel. Now, unfortunately, what happens is, if there is a kid at home, oh my God, the kid doesn't know whether to jump out of the balcony or whether to sneak out from the door or whether to go into the neighborhood. They take a shelter somewhere. They don't know anything because it is going lock, stock, barrel between the two. The man now takes the attacking mode and the woman starts defending mode. So what I'm trying in Drama Triangle is that whenever there is a conversation of the PAC happening, or they're alternating the position and fighting at each other. One of them is an attacking mode, one of them is in a defending mode. And the person is in an attacking mode and the other person is in a defending mode. Automatically, they're switching the position. So how does this fight come to an end? Anybody who would like to tell? Because that's the third spot. How does this fight ends? In Drama Triangle, there are three. It's a triangle, no? So the 3 points are there. So I told you the 2 coordinates. One is attacking and one is defending. What is the third one? I mean, how to stop this fight? Who will stop the fight? The man or the woman? Who will stop? Because there's nobody at home.
Usually the man.
How? How do they stop? You are
Finally, he
right.
accepts that it was all my fault and I will not repeat this kind of.
Actually, it is not true. It's never a man. It is also a woman. Actually, in a case-to-case basis, it is a man sometimes, it is a woman on the other side. It actually depends upon who is more dominant at home. Kiska chalta hai? Raj. Usually it is more man only. The man doesn't actually, the problem is one of them, of the two, actually realize, why are we fighting? Have you seen some people who are husband-wife who don't talk for 3-4 days? Which is very normal in this world. Anybody who is married has a better sense of this. Because if you're not talking 3-4 days, it is very healthy. If you're not talking for 3-4 months, it is unhealthy. Because their parents and their parents will come and talk to each other. That is the level at which it goes. So, why one of them is not talking at all with the second person? What is happening? That person is started getting into the realization, what is the point in fighting? Because the person is not going to change. And whether it is fortunately or unfortunately, I got married to this person. Maybe I have done a foolish thing. Maybe I have done a mistake. Now I'm expecting the unexpected. And this is what is to happen. And sometimes they feel that it is a destiny. So they say, what's the point in fighting? And a person who is already now at whatever that age of marriage and all that, this person anyway will not change anymore. Because if he has not changed till now, what will he change later? Or she will change. So realizing one of the two, they actually stop arguing anymore. And they also feel that sometimes for the neighborhood, society, the status, upbringing, and the family, some of them have identity issues. So therefore, they stop. But this can be any of the two people can do. In most of the times it is seen as per research, not mine, they say a woman does it more times than man. Because a woman is more holistic and more sensitive to emotions and more sensitive to understanding. So they let go easily rather than a man who holds it too tight. That's what research is saying. I'm not saying. So don't quote me and don't take me for a blame. And the third point, therefore, is who is going to rescue this? Attacking and defending. So that is how in drama triangle, these are the three coordinates. Now, why do we talk about this? We talk about this is to saying that there is something called as conflict resolution and conflict management. Conflict resolution is trying to solve it out. Conflict management is to manage the conflict and sustain it. Because by sustaining it, if it is productive to people, which it is in an organization, then it is good for both of their growth. But in a contextual part of family, it may not be true. This conflict management can lead to divorce. So contextually, the conflict management has to be seen. But having said, conflict resolution and conflict management are two different parts, but it all starts with weaving into conflict. And the conflict happens primarily because one of the two people are too emotional and too drawn into it, and they're taking things too seriously than what realistically it is, and personalizing themselves too much, and trying to hold themselves too responsible for the act of what they have done. Now, that's not required because that's getting too much into it. Having said that, this drama triangle comes into life, and it can happen in an organization also. And in organizations, we have seen that there are two leaders who are at equal levels are fighting. And this fight, sometimes it is visible in front of people, then people take advantage in the organization. So we always keep and advise them that please don't do this so visibly outside. If you have also differences of opinion, let us settle it in a different way. So this drama triangle exists there. It is not necessary that you need a man and a woman. I just did it for the sake of our understanding, and we can understand this very clearly because we all belong to this kind of a culture and we understand family. And even if we are not married, you can relate it. And sometimes it's very irritating. And the adult state of mind is, they say, why should we fight? If we have differences of opinion, just leave it there. An adult to adult is, okay, I mean, we are late. Okay, let's go to Mayfair, or let's go to June Fair, or let us go to Trade Fair, or let us go to No Fair. Let's watch a movie here itself. Or, I confess to what I've done. So let me do something to brighten up the evening. Let's do something else. So this is the adult state of thinking. And so by provoking your adult and, overcoming that, you are also making the other person to come to the adult state of mind. In the process, there is a meaningful understanding and there is a, kind of a logical way of looking at the thing and saying that, okay, let's leave it there. So both of them are trying to converge. Both of them are trying to actually say, fine, let's move on. Let's not get hold that as a baggage, and let's not, leave into this. So it's extremely important how we see our lives and how you see yourself in a situation. And is the situation controlling you or you are controlling the situation? I think it's very important. I don't think situation should control you, because if it happens, then I think you are no more what you are. Then it is like an AI driving you in a particular situation. Then AI will dictate today. I think many of these, what we say, that people are driven by mobile phones. That means the mobile phone decides what the person is going to do, because every 1 minute, 2 minutes, the person actually gets onto the mobile phone. So the mobile phone is controlling your life and your, schedule and your, day and your thinking. Everything is controlled by the mobile phone. Is that possible? That's called digital dementia, isn't it? Which we talked in the last class. So anyway, so I thought I'll just present this particular case example in front of you. And this is one of the modules in transactional analysis actually we cover. There are 5 distinct parts of transaction analysis, like script analysis, transaction analysis. There's a structure to it, and there's a game. And people play games. Sometimes I play this game with my daughter, because through this game I want to make my daughter matured to think. So I play deliberately the game, and it is a lot of fun. she engages into it because I'm the one who initiated it and I know why I'm engaged it and what she doesn't know. And she gets into the game. And at the end of the game, she realizes that, my papa has actually done this game for my understanding and learning. And then she appreciates it and she holds back that kind of a bonding with me and says, no, he's not done anything bad to me, but he has done for my learning and for my goodness. But it is a nice approach he has taken. So therefore, the respect or the closeness or the bonding or the relationship is only stronger and stronger, and you become a good mentor. And why not to others in the world? That is the second part, but the question is your own itself first, because you win the trust of your own people, not by the fact that you have given birth to them, but the fact that you have actually been a part of them when they require you. And it's extremely important. I don't know, I make sense or not, but then, this is the truth of life. So I think training is not just a subject. Training is not just to others. I think training is also to self. What doesn't work for you doesn't work for the world. And so therefore, you can't have a different way for the world and a different way for you. It all has to come to a common point and equal. And that is where we talk about equality. So never say anything what doesn't work for you to the rest of them to practice. And in training practice, we say only what we can have tested, tried, and methods which we have used, and we have got some observation, experiences, and that is extremely important. Don't bluff and don't say something which you have not done, because that is just going to be dangerous. Because if you have a question from the participants which are coming in with saying that, what if this, and you don't have an answer for that because you really have not done it. So how much can you play superfluously? So in training, one of the things they say, you will be tested on the floor. It is like a floor test. And if you don't qualify, obviously, I think that will be the last day for you to work in an organization, because people will just look down upon you. And when they look down upon you, you can't work. Howsoever you are a saint or don't bother, you might be an atheist. You might not bother about what people talk. In spite of that, you will get inflicted by this behavior. And finally, you will leave the organization. So this is what I've seen with people who do this. And, there are trainers who bluff. What they don't know, they try to bluff. I mean, I've seen that in the training platform. Anyway, I think we have advanced to time and it's time. It is about 8:30. So thank you so much. And I'm sure that I have actually taxed you quite a bit, overloaded and, overloaded with information. But then I think we had to get somewhere. Thank you so much for the interaction. As usual, I think it's been nice. I would only recommend, or said, I'm not even recommend, I would request, is to saying that if we can get others also participating until it is so boring. I don't know. See, please understand, it's important to have your viewpoint, and it will only help us to, dialogue and make it better. So with that note, I just leave it. Shabba khair. Good night. Take care. Be very healthy and see you in the next session. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
very
so much. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. I'm logging out.